Thank you very much. Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Communities Committee, which is being live streamed and recorded. The recording will be made available on the Council website for public listening. To remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting. Write and speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you are in the hall, you can do this either on your iPhone or your iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by members, and no material should be posted in the chat function if it is intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call, and if any member has to leave the meeting, please either put leave in the Teams meeting for that period, leave in the Teams chat function, and then join when you rejoin the meeting so we can keep track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. And please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. Before we get into the agenda, I'd like to welcome Derek back, of course, as our Communities Director after taking on that stint as the Interim Chief Exec. And thanks very much, Derek, for what we did during that particular period. Myself and the Vice Chair took the opportunity during the recess to visit a lot of the departments within the Directorate, and we've got a lot of good people working there who are doing great things, and I just want to thank all the heads of service who gave us the opportunity to visit those particular areas. It was certainly an eye-opener of the size of the Directorate now compared to what it used to be six or 7 years ago. I would like to ask members that when they are talking, can you ensure you talk directly into the mic and talk slower, because we have to have the British Sign Language translator ensure that he can give the information to Councillor Dennerley. I will also ensure that we have enough breaks so that the British Sign Language interpreter has a rest. It's a very hard job that they're actually doing, and we're thankful for them actually being here and making sure we get the inclusiveness that is required. Is somebody's... I'm very sure. Sorry, Chair. Okay. Thanks. Thanks, Ian. Okay, so we'll go on to the agenda items. We have said that apologies and Chair's approval of members' remote participation. Claire, can you provide the said and indicate who's participating remotely and any apologies, please?
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm not aware of any apologies this morning. Currently, we have 9 members present on Teams, 11 in the hall, 1 member not present, Councillor Dempster. Those members on Teams are Councillors Blake, Dookie Campbell, Dashper, Drysdale, Hill, Ingalls, Jordan, McGregor and McCammon.
Okay, thanks very much. I confirm my agreement to the participation of members named as participating remotely. Are there any declarations of interest? David Ingalls?
Yeah, Chair, can I declare an interest in item 13 as Chair of Newt Stewart Initiative? However, since it's just an update, I don't think I need to leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thanks, David. That's noted. Thank you. Can we then go on to item number 3, which is the minutes of the previous meeting? This minute is for approval. Are we happy to approve? Okay, happy to approve. Thank you very much. And then item 4 is a minute of unacceptable actions policy panel, 1st of July 2022. And again, this minute's for approval. Are we happy to approve? Andy?
I'm just actually wondering, this was taken in private business. This minute, which is public now, could identify people. I'm just wondering whether in future we should actually check the minutes in private again until such time as other investigations are complete, because reading this, it looks as though the police are still involved.
Caroline, did you want to come in there? Or... Clear. Yeah, no, so Carly's coming up now.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, the meeting was in private session. The minute has been signed off by the Council's monitoring officer, so there's public minutes.
So the minute has been signed off with the Council Monitoring Officer, so it is a public minute. We're happy to approve it. Vlad, did you want to come in?
Yeah, just happy to come in. It's hopefully will be helpful for members, and through you, Chair. That particular minute with all kind of exempt type items that we deal with are dissected in terms of taking out any personal information that we can within it. That's been properly and appropriately done, and I've cast my eye again over it. Can't see any direct identifiers within it, and ultimately that is a public minute that we have to publish in line with usual process.
Okay, thank you. Happy with that then? Okay, we'll move on then to item number 5, which is Welfare and Benefits Update Report by the Head of Neighbourhood Services. This report provides members with an update on welfare and benefit services and the impact of the current financial situation. The Benefits and Welfare team have been shortlisted again for an Institute and Revenues Rating and Evaluation Excellence Award for partnership working. This nomination is in relation to the proactive work undertaken to identify tenancies at risk of homelessness and therefore preventing eviction by the Council's Housing Options and Homeless Service and Register Social Landlord DGHP. The award ceremony is taking place on the 5th of October 2022. Harry Hay is available on Teams to take any question on the report with Lorna Campbell. Unless, Harry, you've got anything to add to the report?
No, thanks, Chair. Thank you.
Lorna, you got anything to add to the report?
No, thanks, Chair. Happy to take questions.
Okay, thanks very much. I think it's important to look at the report and see how important the 400 and odd evictions that were stopped, thankfully, didn't go ahead, actually saved the Council a considerable amount of money because of the cost it takes to them. Sean.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Really good report and some fantastic work being done. I do like the examples that are given as well, case studies as well. It gives you a kind of a real perspective on some of the work that's being done. I note, though, in 3.2.3, it does say that the additional resources that has been agreed, back in June 2021, that funding will end in November 2022. So I'll really look forward to a report coming before that, because unfortunately I don't think, I think the workload on the department will still be the same with the current cost of living crisis. So, I think they've worked tremendously hard, but we have to make sure going forward that they have the appropriate resources in place to handle all the inquiries. And finally, just a little bit concerned, I know that the Council have been very proactive with regards to particularly the LACER payments, the Local Authority COVID Economic Recovery Payment, but when you look at the stats in the appendix, still a third of all people that qualify have not taken up that, and I'm just wondering if there's maybe a little bit more in-depth analysis of what the reason is. It could be people are too proud, maybe the process is confusing, maybe they don't want to give out certain details, but just a little bit of insight if there is as to why, it's great that we have 66%, 2/3 take up, but it's the 1/3 that is causing concern.
Before I ask Lorna to come in, Councillor Lowe, you wanted a similar question.
Yes, I mean, this is a little bit experience. I was doing a cost of living surgery on Tuesday, and a couple of the people that came in, they came in with a letter and they were really dubious about the letter that they'd received saying, we would like to give you an extra grant of £350, putting their bank details and things on. I'm just looking at the figures. It's anything from 30 to 43% of each area of households have not applied. And I know we're time limited on this, but I just really want an assurance that everything's been done to identify the households and try and recontact them in a number of different ways. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Lorna, Harry?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I'll come in on that. On the laser payment, I probably can give assurance we have tried in numerous ways to contact people. I had some updated figures that we ran off yesterday. We're now up to 80% take-up across the area. I mean, that does more towards, some are less than that and some are more than that. We have lettered everybody that we know where we have a permanent address. We have emailed everybody where we have an email address, and we have done that on a number of occasions. Obviously, the scheme went live in the middle of June, where we contacted everybody. We did it again at the beginning of July. We've done it again at the beginning of August, and we plan to do it again this week. Some of the difficulty we do have around the approximately 700 that we think are potentially eligible that haven't applied is, for a lot of them, we do not have current addresses for. So, because the qualifying criteria was accessing the Scottish Welfare Fund or homelessness, the nature of some of these clients is they are transient. Therefore, where we don't have a contact address, the actual lettering, has a limited uptake. I think we've only got there's about 250 of the ones that are outstanding at the moment that we know we have a current address, because we cross-match it against our council tax records and any other database where we know we've got an up-to-date address. So the other ones, what we're tending to find is email, where we're getting a better uptake. When we do a contact. Obviously, we've tried it wider social media just to, blanket cover and contact some of our support agencies, like our housing support providers, who often work with people that are either, homeless system or Access Scottish Welfare Fund, as well as our tackling poverty groups, to put word out there about applying for this. I appreciate some people don't want to do it online, so we have phone numbers in there and they can contact the council direct through the council's phone number, and we have staff who will take applications over the line. One of the reasons we're looking at bringing it to an end is because we have tried this, and the last two attempts to contact customers, what would say the majority of people coming back to us either have already claimed it or are eligible. So I've got a lot of staff time being taken up dealing with, inquiries that are not eligible. And we're seeing it coming to a natural progression to an end. But as I said, we're doing a further contact for those we know where they are this week, and we'll see what comes out of that.
Okay, happy with that? Sean, you happy with that response? Thank you very much. Any other members? Councillor Denley, Councillor Denley, I'm going to ask you if you want things at the end of any report, if you want to ask a question, okay? Any other members? Okay, so we can go to the recommendation then, members. We're asked to agree the approach to take to address the Treasurer Benefits Administration is detailed in paragraph 3.2.3. We've asked to agree to the closure of the Local Authority COVID Emergency Fund £350 payment on the 31st of August, understanding that there will be another tranche of letters going out for those that may have missed the chance. And 2.3, note the number of local houses that have been supported from additional COVID funds up to the 30th of June. And can I just put in my thanks to the staff for the work that they are doing in that particular area. Thank you. Okay, members, we will go on to item number 6, which is the Housing Options and Homeless Service Update Report by Head of Neighbourhood Services. This report provides an update on the housing options and homeless service, detailing the ongoing impact of the current economic situation on the service, and an update on the revised rapid rehousing transition plan agreed by this committee at its meeting on the 11th of June 2019. Harry Hay is available on Teams to take any questions on the report, with Lorna Campbell also in attendance to answer any specific questions. Harry, Lorna, have you got anything to add to the report?
No, thanks, Chair.
No, nothing to add, thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. Tracy?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Lorna and Harry, for this very detailed report, but thanks mostly for the work that's done to provide this service. As we can see from the rapid rise in the homeless applications, and to be fair, the need for the homeless applications, obviously there's many pressures now. My question is not any form of criticism at all, it was just to get an understanding. I know we have the average number of nights in temporary accommodation, like table 1, we have lots of great details to sort of inform us, but The process, how long generally does it take from when someone presents as homeless to one receives the offer of a property? Is there a standard sort of time scale that you try to keep to, or is it all really basically down to social landlords' availability?
Lorna, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. There's an average there is for any service, from the shortest to the longest, but a lot will depend on the individual needs. Some we can still turn around quite quickly if someone, presents and needs a standard property, a 2-bed, which are our most common properties. They've got no any support needs. They don't mind where they're housed. We still have some, accommodation in probably hard to let areas. Somebody could be allocated a property. However, if someone needs a property in an area of high demand, needs a larger property, or has support needs, or is has complex needs, it can take longer. I think I've detailed in the report we have currently about 4 people in the service that have been in homeless, have an homeless application over 12 months. I think the longest one is currently about 16, 17 months, because they're a very complex need, and the housing option available to them is very narrow, and the houses available are short in that respect. I think we've currently got another 33 over and above that have been in the homeless service 6 months or more. As I said, we do work closely with RSLs, but a lot will depend on what the person needs, where they want it, and the availability and turnover of stock in that area that can house them. So there is a broad range in there.
Okay, so thanks very much. I mean, Tracy asked a perfectly good question about the process and things like that, and I'm just wondering if we can organise maybe a seminar of how that will go forward. If some persons, initial response to saying that I'm homeless, is there a way which we can maybe look at timetabling in a seminar of the process? Harry, I think we discussed this when we did our summer tours, and potentially getting a seminar for that. Yeah, Harry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, very happy to do so. And if members are supportive of this approach, certainly the suggestion would be, I think, is to pull in the service areas considered in the previous report on this agenda, as well as the homeless and housing options service, because there are obviously strong links running across all these services. So that's probably the basis, Chair. I'd recommend that the seminars arranged, and quite happy to liaise with the committee in terms of the final format. And I think probably beneficial for all members, as opposed to just the members of this committee, if that fits the bill. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Harry. Tracy, you happy with that?
No, that would be we really appreciate that, because we're all very concerned as members for our wards, and this rise is quite alarming.
Thank you. Pauline, you wanted to come in?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. Good morning, members. Thanks, Harry. Thanks, Lorna. It was just a quick question for clarification. If we have a tenant who's in accommodation and they are paying and they are employed within the region, and then they're about to be made homeless, but they don't want to go on the homeless register, is there capacity for them to go into women's refuge in the area in which they live, so that they do not lose their job and we don't lose them as employed people who are valuable to our communities? So probably you can't answer that question. Would it be possible to have that in the seminar, Harry and Lorna, so that we know where to, or how to advise our constituents accordingly? Because there's a lot of upset and concern in the region at the moment. Thank you very much, both of you. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Lorna.
Yes, I mean, I probably can answer it to a certain degree. If someone doesn't want to come through the homeless route, obviously we've got our housing options part of the service, where we will give people housing options advice and assist them to apply for housing, whether it's through the normal register for through Homes for D&G or Lorburn Housing Association. But if they're fleeing domestic violence, obviously we can talk to Women's Aid. Women's Aid take referrals not just from homeless, but they will take direct referrals or direct presentations. So where there is domestic violence and someone's fleeing it, they can approach Women's Aid directly. But we would still work with Women's Aid or work with the customer if they didn't want to go down the homeless route. Obviously, we would always try and persuade, because I know there can be that stigmatisation that people don't want to be homeless, but you know, it does give people prioritisation into accessing housing. So you know, we would obviously respect people's choices, but more than willing to work with them and work with other services to provide support where it was needed.
Thanks, Lorna. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Pauline. And can I remind people to slow down a bit when they're talking, because we have a British Sign Language interpreter here. Okay, thanks very much, folks. David?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, funnily enough, I'm dealing with one of these issues this week. It's more a question on the process. Not to be too specific, the person I'm dealing with is in a good job, lives in the town that she works in, and her child goes to school in the town that she's living in. She's in private rented accommodation. She's had her notice, found it really difficult, couldn't get anywhere, and she had to get out of the house this week. And the Homeless Service have done their best and they're trying really hard to find her somewhere. One of the issues, though, for me was that late on in the day, on Monday or Tuesday, I think it was, she still had no idea where she was going to be that night. And at 5 minutes to 5, she got a phone call. And the same happened the following day. So that she was living in this limbo, not knowing where she's going to be that night or the following night or the night after that. Yeah, just wondering whether there's some way we can have a look at that and make sure that people who find themselves in that situation, you know, are not left to the very last minute before they know exactly what roof they're going to be under for the next night or two.
Yeah, Lorna.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I fully accept that, and I think that this is part, at the moment, because of the sheer demand on the service and the demand for temporary accommodation, challenging. So the ideal position and where the service has been historically is where someone's presented and we know they're about to face eviction, we can pre-allocate a property and wait for them, so that they know it's there. But because of the sheer demand at the moment, we don't have. Sorry. Because of the sheer demand at the moment, the demand for temporary accommodation is huge on a daily basis, and we don't have that wealth of properties that we can pick and choose from. So unfortunately we're waiting to the last minute, because if someone presents that day and is homeless tonight, we have to offer them a property that's available. So our options about pre-allocating in advance are severely restricted at the moment. As I've alluded to in the report, we are trying to access more temporary accommodation, so it gives us that flexibility to let people know more in advance, and we're trying hard to do that where we have properties that are currently void at the moment, and we're going through, they're bringing them back to standard, pre-allocating these where we know. But as I said, because of the sheer demand, it is exceedingly challenging. But I absolutely accept that is difficult for our customers, and we do try to keep in touch with them to try and keep them up to date and allocate where we can as soon as we can.
David, you want to come back in? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just for a second, I think I fully understand that, and it really is a difficult situation. My main concern here is that the tenant is waiting so long in the day to know where she's going to be that night, and we know that there's not a property that's going to be available within that day or the next day or the following day or 2 or 3 days or a week or so, but there may be one coming up the following week. But I think she needs to know, or have some sort of clarity as to what she's going to be doing for a few days in advance if she's waiting on something that may be coming up, and she's went into hotel accommodation. Yeah, I just felt that it was very last minute for her, to get that information at 5 minutes to 5 where she's going to be that night. Thanks anyway, Donna, appreciate that.
Thanks very much, David. I'm sure it's difficult for everybody who ends up sort of homeless and things like that, and we've got to go through that process properly. Are there any other members wishing to come in? Vice Chair?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. It's just a point of clarity, if maybe Lorna can help out. On page 134 in the homeless strategy that we've got here, the temporary accommodation, if you look at the bullet points, we've got 73 properties leased from RSLs, 72 from private, etc., etc., etc. I'm just wondering, Lorna, the 73 properties from the RSLs, is that all the RSLs that we asked to release or try and lease these properties from, or is it just a handful of RSLs that are involved in that? Thanks.
Lorna.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, it's all RSLs, so it's all the ones that are in the Common Housing Register, which includes DGHP, Lorna's not in the Common Housing Register, but Cunningham Housing Association, as well as Homes and Riverside. So we contact all our partners to look at available accommodation.
Thank you. Jackie?
Thank you. Laura, just a quick question. Page 109 on table 16, we can see here that, sadly, but it's not a surprise, that mental health is on the rise. With contact I've had recently, in a broad scheme of things with this, it's linked to this issue. How closely do we work with, like this department, work with the mental health team? And how much priority, and I'm not saying that the other three on there are not priority, I'm just looking at the increase here. So I'm just wondering how closely we do work with these categories, if you like, and departments in order to prioritise, if that makes sense. Thanks.
Thanks, Jackie. Lorna?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, we do work closely with both community health, community mental health teams and health and social care partnership through, social work colleagues. It is a particularly challenging area, and as part of our recommissioning of our housing support services, part of that recommission included expertise in dealing with mental health. So as part of our housing support providers, there's also some mental health expertise in there to support. You're right, it is an area increased over the period of the pandemic, and the whole cost of living crisis does have an impact on mental health. So we are seeing that increased demand, but these services are also under pressure from other areas. But there is that close working relationship. The mental health unit do sit on the homeless strategy working group, and we do work closely with all our health and social care colleagues to try and make sure there's linkages and we support these customers as best as possible across our services.
Are you happy with that, Jackie?
Yeah, I would just quickly come back in. So Lorna, do we, again, I'm probably digressing, I can take it offline if you like, but given the significant increase that there has been since 2017-18, have we changed our strategy for as to how we prioritise, if you like, or changed how we are trying to tackle it, or I know we're always evolving our policies and procedures, and especially mental health, but in terms of homelessness, I'm aware that it's a big issue, like you've just said. So given the increase here, which is quite alarming, have we changed our approach to it?
Lorna?
Thanks, Chair. In some ways, yes. I mean, part of the Housing First project, there was links into there. We've got a direct link in with mental health, and the Housing First project only started last year, so it was a recognition of mental health as well as more complex needs and the cyclical offending of some customers, which is often linked, and mental health and addictions. There's often a link in there, so we work closely with, we've improved our links and our referral routes into these agencies through, that joint working approach. So there's been an evolving of that over the past 2 years. So I'd say from an initial strategy, yes, it has changed. We have evolved these services as we've gone through the pandemic and as we're facing, the next lot of crisis with the cost of living.
Okay, thank you, Lorna. We've got another two speakers. Jim Dempster.
Thanks, Jim. My apologies for arriving late at the meeting today. I was caught up with a constituent. I have a real concern about social landlords, and in particular in my ward. I've alerted senior managers to this issue, and I've spoken to the social landlord. In my ward, there are 20 vacant properties owned by a social landlord that I believe are not being made available to the general waiting list. I initially wrote to managers about the fact that, in my opinion, they could be utilised for Ukrainian refugees. But I find it astonishing that a social landlord in this day and age is keeping 20 properties in my ward alone vacant with no intention to allocate them to anybody, and with a crisis with homelessness and with the refugee situation. And it's not our fault, and it's something that maybe it's being dealt with offline and I've just not been kept up to speed with it. But I'm really concerned that where we have a crisis and we have a potential solution, there doesn't seem to be any means of freeing up these properties for either refugees or homeless. I think that's disappointing, but I'll take it up again with managers offline. I just want to alert members to the fact that there is a solution, certainly in my ward, if somebody wants to take it up. Thanks, Chair.
Before I bring Harry in, I'll remind members this is a strategic committee, and we do want to get to the wards. I know that Upper Nithsdale is going to be high on Jim's agenda, and I'm sure it will always be high on Jim's agenda. But Harry, you want to come in and answer
Thanks,
that?
Chair. Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, and I appreciated that particular example being raised with us recently, but just to reassure all members that we do the service and other services across the council try and take as a proactive and innovative approach as possible to identifying all accommodation opportunities and liaise with RSLs directly just to see whether there are any particular underlying issues that properties that may well perceive to be vacant not being made available, if there's something we can support them with to ensure they're as available as frequently as possible. But for that particular one, quite happy to ensure Councillor Dempster gets an appropriate update as soon as we get feedback from that RSL. Thanks, Chair.
Happy with that, Jim?
Absolutely, Chair, and I'm not concerned about our actions. I'm concerned about the fact that RSL doesn't seem to be interested in making properties available in a time of need, whether that be for refugees or homelessness. And it's not just about my word in this instance, Chair. It's about the fact that we don't seem to be tying up needs with available assets. But I thank you, and I'm happy that I'm happy with the response Harry has already given me, and I'm sure he'll keep me up to date anyway.
Thanks very much, Jim. Chrissy?
Good morning. Thanks, Chair. It was just going back a bit. I know Lorna had touched on, women could go to Women's Aid, and then Jackie had come in with the mental health. I was just wondering if there was anything for men that were struggling, because there doesn't appear to be a men's aid. And, if a man's made homeless, do they just have to go to homeless, or is there a service that, they could go to like there is for Women's Aid, please? I don't know if it's the right time to bring it in, but I just feel quite strongly on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Chrissy. I'll ask Lorna on that. Lorna?
Thanks, Chair. No, there's not, to my knowledge, a specific men's aid locally. There is other support services out there that do link in. If someone doesn't want to directly come to homeless service, we can refer them to our housing support services that would provide that kind of support. And that probably that's we'd look at our other support providers to direct, but there's no, as far as I'm aware, specific men's. I mean, I could stand corrected on that one. I can certainly do a bit of research to see if there is anything locally.
Can I just come back in? I just feel with the mental health rising, could that be a case that men don't want to go directly to homeless, that they are feeling like women, or they're coming out of domestic abuse, and we need to set up something within the housing and also, within the communities for these men that, are struggling, don't want to go to homeless and say, I'm fleeing a domestic violence, and sort of like be stigmatised in that way?
Lorna?
It's certainly, where there's mental health services available, obviously that's available to both, men and women. And from what I know of the mental health services, they will give, a male-to-male support if that's a requirement. It's something as part of when we look at our we're about to renew our strategy and go out to consultation, it could be an area that's in there that if that's a direction that elected members want to go in, whether that's a commissioned service or we review whether what the need is locally, we can certainly include that as part to look at.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chrissy. I think, obviously, being the Armed Forces champion, we do have support services in place for ex-forces personnel, which are mainly men, but we do have a couple of women that we're actually dealing with as well, and their help through the Veterans Garden side of things. I think it's important that we do look at potentially our understanding of the need, Lorna, on that. So if maybe you could take an action to have a look and see if there's something that we can do with our third sector partners on that, and obviously our own departments as well. John, have you got anything to ask? Thank you very much. Let's, sorry, Andy Ferguson, sorry.
Thanks very much, Chair, for letting me in. Lorna, I'm a wee bit at a loss here because I think you said that Loreburn are not in the Common Housing Register because they've got their own allocation system, if I remember correctly. Yet on page 137 at 7.5 at the top, it tells you there that Loreburn Housing are actually in the Common Housing Register, so is it just a typo?
Lorna.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, it probably is. I mean, Loreburn Housing used to be in the Common Housing Register and only came out of it as they chose to go down the choice-based letting route. So, yes, that's a typo because they're definitely not in the Common Housing Register currently. However, I do know there's ongoing discussions to see if that can be changed.
Andy?
Yeah, thanks very much. I think for me the $64,000 question, Lorna, is it Loreburn that's out of sync, or are the rest dragging their feet? On the way that they allocate houses, are we any further forward in that quandary?
Lorna? On the way, the specific, I mean, Loreburn, albeit they're not in the Common Housing Register, do still allocate properties to homeless, and they do meet the required, but the percent same percentage. Sometimes Loreburn can dip below that, but that's not because there's not a will to. Obviously, they've got smaller stock, and some of it is not suitable or in demand for homeless. So, if, for an allocations point of view, in a homeless position, I couldn't. Both sides have been very responsive and supportive of the service.
Happy, Andy. Thank you. Okay, can't see any other members, so we'll go to the recommendations, members. Members are asked to 2.1 agree the assurance statement to the Scottish Housing Regulator, Appendix 1. Happy to agree that. 2.2 agree the approach taken to address the current pressure on the housing option and homeless service at paragraphs 3.3 to 3.13, and for a further report to be brought back to the 6th of December 2022 meeting of this committee detailing the increased cost of the service with recommendations to address the pressures. Happy to agree that. 2.3 agree the approach taken by the service to address the current pressures at paragraphs 3.12 to 3.13. Agreed. And 2.4 agree the revised rapid housing transition plan for submission to the Scottish Government, paragraph 3.19 in Appendix 4. Are we happy to agree that? That's fine, I can sign it now and then give it to Amanda. Members, let's move on to item number 7, which is this report, the International Curling Events 2022-2023, and report by Head of Neighbourhood Services. This report advises members of 2 curling events secured by Dumfries Curling to be hosted at Dumfries Ice Bowl, the World Curling Mixed Doubles 2022 qualifier and the European Championships C Division 2023, and to further ask members to agree financial contributions to the hosting of these events in order to maximise the offer to the international athletes and spectators. Harry Hay is available on Teams to take any questions on the report, with Lee Seaton also in attendance to answer any specific questions. I think what we've shown in the past in Dumfries and Galloway that we can host these events, very high level events in Dumfries and Galloway. But Harry or Lee, have you got anything to add to the report?
No, thanks, Chair.
Members' questions. Sean?
Yeah, obviously welcome the report. Not got really any problems with the report. It was really just to ask, does Dumfries and Galloway Council take up the opportunity, or are they allowed to actually look at maybe look for local sponsors to support the events, or is that with the curling organisation? But also as well to look at the potential for hospitality, to provide hospitality to local businesses with the view of getting some additional income in to offset the funding that we make available for these events.
Harry, you want to come in?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, it's a very good question, Councillor Marshall. I think in this particular example of these two events, it will be very much driven by our partner in terms of Dumfries Curling, who have obviously got very good connections and relationships with a number of regional and national businesses. And I think as a general comment about wider events, members may recall when we previously considered our involvement in the World Championships, Cycling World Championships next year. Part of the overall funding programme was about drawing in external sponsorship from the private sector. And I think that's an important consideration, because as we increase the profile of our region in terms of delivering world-class events, hopefully the intention is the momentum will build, that there are more and more opportunities to try and get into some form of sponsorship agreement. But clearly we need to be very clear about what the expectations are, and it is something that we look at in terms of overall event management and event planning. Thanks, Chair. Hopefully that's helpful.
Well, yeah, which one?
Just to clarify, so it's at the venue, but so are you saying that it's Dumfries Curling that does the sponsorship for that, not the council?
All right.
Yeah, it's Dumfries Curling that are the partner who are actually hosting the event. Clearly, it's within a council facility, and the model that's worked very well in the past at Dumfries Ice Bowl is that the event partnership delivers the event, and the Dumfries Curling are actually responsible for the liaison with the Royal Curling Federation, Curling Scotland, etc., and keep us posted. So it's really a partnership, Councillor Marshall, that in the past has worked really, really well. Most recent example was the Scottish Curling Championships that took place in February of this year, which I think really raised the profile again of Dumfries Ice Bowl as a venue, and really got that hopefully will stand us in good stead in terms of future events as well.
You'll come back in, Sean?
No, that's okay, thanks.
Councillor Denley?
Yes, good morning, Chair. Thank you. I understand we're talking about the importance of having private sectors, private funders. I know that in June previously, we had the British Cycling, and that was a great success. That was a very successful event for our area. But we don't really see many private fundings, and I think it's maybe to do with advertising and other council organisations which are trying to fund these events. So I think really funding is key here. It seems we don't have a really good network with these funders. So I'm thinking for the future for the international curling events, it's good to have more of these networks, more of these connections for the community. And I think it would really look good for our profile for the public and for partnerships.
Okay. Lee, I saw your hand up and I went down again before. Do you want to come back in on that one, or Harry?
Thanks, Chair. It was just an extension of Harry's previous point, which maybe helps both the last questions. In that for these events, whilst Dumfries Curling Limited have received the offer and they signed the host agreement with World Curling Federation, they require to set up a local organising committee for that partnership, of which we are part of that local organising committee with Dumfries Curling as the leads, and part of that will be to seek to bring in sponsorship to enhance further any offering that can be done at the championships. Thanks, Chair.
How about that, Ivan? Can't see anybody else, so can we go to the recommendations then? We are asked to, at 2.1, note the decision of the World Curling Federation to award the World Curling Mixed Doubles Qualification Event 2022 and the European Curling Champions C Division Event 2023 to Dumfries Curling for hosting at Dumfries Ice Bowl. And 2.2, agree to allocate 50k from within the community service reserves towards the World Mixed Curling Doubles Qualifier 2022 and the European Champions C Division 2023. Are we happy to agree that? Thank you very much. We'll go on to item number 8, which is appointments to outside bodies, report by the Head of Governance and Assurance. And this report seeks approval by the Communities Committee for appointment of elected members to specified outside bodies in accordance with the Council scheme for representation on outside bodies which were not appointed at the meeting of 16th of June 2022. Vlad Valenti is available to take any questions on the report. The report is to agree to appoint one substitute to the Glasgow Prestwick Air Consultative Committee as the substitute for Emma Jordan, who is the main elected member for that. Do you have any nominations? Vice Chair?
Thanks, Chair. Can I propose Andy Ferguson? I see you sitting there smiling.
Happy to second.
So I take it that's agreed by everybody that we appoint Andy Ferguson to this particular outside body? Okay. You happy with that, Vlad?
Yep, thank you, Chair.
Okay, members, I intend to take this report, and I'm going to take a break for 10 minutes to allow the interpreter to have a rest. It's hard work for them, I know, and I want to thank them for all that they do to help that inclusion. So this report is number 9, which is the Public Realm Capital Programme 2022-23 Finance and Progress Monitor Report by the Interim Head of Roads and Infrastructure. This report provides members with an update in relation to the projects and financial progress of the Public Realm Asset Class Capital Programme 2022-23 from the 1st April 2022 to the 30th of June 2022. Members were issued with a supplement pack yesterday evening which provided an updated Appendix 3. The changes were highlighted in yellow, and an additional Appendix 4 which covers additional projects which require members' consideration at the meeting today. This pack has been uploaded to the Teams files, and hard copies are also available for those here in person today. In light of these updated amended recommendations, are also required. Therefore, I will propose an amendment to the recommendations in line with those provided in the supplement pack. I shall arrange for these to be posted on the Teams chat for clarity at the appropriate time. Karen Brownlee is available on Teams to take any questions on the report, with Stuart Cavan also in attendance to answer any specific questions. So members, any questions on these, understanding that there is a relatively new addition to the appendix and obviously amendments to the Appendix 3. Okay, can't see anybody with the comments, so we'll just go to the recommendations then. Okay, members are asked to, sorry, Ian, did you want to come in? No. Okay, so the recommendations are, we are asked to 2.1, note the financial position Appendix 1 in progress to date, Appendix 2 of the Public Realm Asset Class Capital Programme. We're asked to agree the Public Realm Capital Programme Budget 2022-23 after reprofiling of 14.610 million, paragraph 3.63.8 in Appendix 1. Agreed. 3, agree to carry forward previously agreed projects from 2021 to 2022 and new additional projects totaling 1.554 million. And this is the slight amendment to that, to be progressed within 2022-23 at paragraph 3.11 in Appendix 3. We happy to agree that? 4, agree to allocate 344,000 from the 2021-2022 slippage for additional carriageway inflationary costs, paragraph 3.12 in Appendix 1. We agree with that? Agree that Phase 4 of the Lockerbie Station parking project is carried forward to 2023-24 to allow a further needs assessment to be undertaken, paragraph 3.13. We agree with that? 6, agree to add further projects within the flood risk management, coastal infrastructures, road safety and active travel work streams on the 2022-23 capital programme at paragraph 3.14 to 3.17. We agree with that? 7, agree to add additional projects to the intelligent transport system and waste programmes in 2022-23 and reallocate funding for Palmerston 3G to 2023-24, paragraph 3.18 to 320. Notice that? Agreed? Note that the urgent work which was required to Mill Green River Wall, which was approved under delegated authority by the Director of Communities, paragraph 3.21. Let me note that. And agree to receive a further update report to this committee on the 6th of December 2022, paragraph 3.2. Happy to agree that. And the last one, which is the additional recommendation, is to agree an allocation of 336k in 23-24 from the carry forward amount detailed in paragraph 3.4 reprofiled to 23-24 and Appendix 1 to allow the procurement process to recommence. Are we happy to agree that? Thank you very much, members. I think now we will have a break for 10 minutes to make sure that the BSL interpreter has a good rest and John has a good rest as well. And we'll see you back here at 11:30. Thanks very much, members, for coming back at appropriate time. We're going to go on to item number 10 now, which is the Road Service Improvement Action Plan. Report by Interim Heads of Roads and Infrastructure. This report provides members with the opportunity to consider progress on the Road Service Improvement Action Plan and provides members with progress to date with the planning and implementation of the Roads Recovery Fund. Following the potential industrial actions announced on Tuesday, 23rd August for waste services, due to the capacity issues on the Roads and Infrastructure team, it has been agreed to stand down the Road Service Seminar, currently scheduled on Tuesday, the 6th of September 2022, and it will be reprogrammed for later on in the year. Karen Brownlee is available on Teams to take any questions on the report, with Stuart Cavan also in attendance to answer any specific questions. Karen, have you got anything to answer to add to the report? And Stuart, have you got anything?
Good morning, members. Good morning, Chair. No, nothing further to add to the report, and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Stuart?
Nothing further to add, Chair.
Thank you. Jackie, is that you asking to speak?
Yes, just a quick question, please, Chair. Morning, Harry. Morning, Stuart. It's more about the prep of roadworks. Is that, I don't know if that's appropriate for this item, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I'll not be specific, Chair, don't worry, but I do have a few specific examples, but I won't give them. But anyway, my question is in the preparation for roadworks. So there's been roadworks set up in various areas in my ward, certainly, for some time, and there's no work going ahead. Now, I know it might not be the council that's doing the work, it might be Scottish Water or whoever. What is the process there in general with prepping for roadworks? Because you tend to get quite often, you know, these roadworks have been set up and there's no work going on. I've got one, for example, as a week has gone past and there's no, and it's just a small village and it's causing quite a bit of disruption. So what, if you could just give me some reasons why that might occur so that I'm more prepared to answer constituents, please.
Stuart, do you want to answer that?
Yes, Chair, I'm happy to come in. Generally, this problem occurs with utility companies. They're booking road space and setting up traffic management, generally by contractors, for the work to be undertaken. What happens, we tend to find, is that the teams that are directed to them jobs are then redirected to an emergency. Again, capacity of utility companies in the area is quite low now with workforce, so they are tending to attend to emergencies and not cancelling the roadworks and leaving the signage in place for a number of days, and that's what we're finding. When it is reported to us, we actually go to the utility companies through our road network coordination team to find out reasonings and see if we can push the matter on and get them either started or remove the roadworks if we can.
Jackie, you want to come back in?
Not really, just thanks, Stuart. I kind of suspected that might be the reason, but I suppose my question was more about how do we go about approaching that utility company or whatever, and you've just answered that question. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Jackie. Sean, then Ian.
Yeah, one of the councillors was involved previously in the review, and if you look at the Appendix 1, you know it's a very comprehensive progress report. Quite a lot of things are actually been carried out. The one thing I can remember raising it at either the seminar or as part of the review, and it's with liaison with elected members. I really welcome the weekly report. I think all members welcome that. The one thing that we did request on it, which would be really helpful for members, is with regards to where the pothole squads are deployed. Because obviously a lot of the concerns we get is about people reporting potholes, and it would just give us an indication of whereabouts they are. Now, I know there's urgent repairs that are required, but really within that report you should be able to provide where you go to deploy the pothole squads, where they could be working generally that week. And I think that would be really helpful to elected members, because then you could then, through social media, and promote it and say, look, in this area, this is where the pothole squads are going to be. And I think it's something that was taken on board in the review, but as yet I've not seen it on the weekly report.
Karen, you want to come in on that?
Certainly, Chair. Thank you very much, Councillor Marshall. Absolutely, we'll take on your comments. The weekly report that does come out to all elected members every Thursday is in the process of development, and we are looking to add on further information into that as the publication progresses. So absolutely we'll take on your comments and we'll start to add that information in as we can or when we can, but we'll also continue to update through Word updates and directly with Word members when appropriate as well. Thank you.
Happy with that? Okay, Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Just seeking reassurance that with regard to decriminalised parking, that members will have an opportunity to fully engage in this process, even on a localised basis. And that's just the reassurance I'm seeking. Thank you.
Yeah, I think that's appropriate, Karen. I mean, making sure that the elected members are involved in the whole programme on this particular thing, and making sure that as we go through the process that members are kept up to date and informed, as well as being consulted on the issues that are being raised with it. Can you organise that, Cam?
Through you, Chair. Yes, I can give that confirmation, and there is a report due to come to committee, likely to be in 2023. So yes, through that process and through potentially other processes that will most definitely keep elected members up to date.
Okay, thank you, Dennis.
Same subject. Chairman, is this the best use of 100,000 at this moment when we're in such a place? Is this something that could not be delayed for a year or a couple of years, this whole strategy and decriminalisation? Because, as I say, it's 100,000, I'm quite sure that could be well used in other areas.
Cam?
Thank you, Chair. In order to progress the parking strategy and decriminalised parking enforcement feasibility study, we would require that external resource and technical expertise in order to progress that piece of work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Pauline?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks very much, Karen and Stuart. And I too would like to reiterate the speed that we are getting responses from the road teams and the reports is most helpful. So thank you both for that. Just quickly, could you give me an update, as we're not now having our roads review meeting in the next few weeks? Are we any further forward with the research into the JCB Pothole Pro that we spoke about, I think at the last, it must have been the start of the year communities committee meeting at some point, because it operates at 8 times the speed of a normal pothole machine. I appreciate that the capital investment is huge, I would imagine, but I just wondered if we're still considering that as a council, as I know it would very much please constituents and those of us who are road users, cyclists as well. So it was just if we could have an update at some point on that, Karen and Stuart. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Stuart, I see you nodding your head there.
Yeah, well, we're still doing a wee bit of studies on the Pothole Pro and other options along with Fleet at the moment, but we'll certainly provide a further update to the members when we have further information on what we're looking to progress.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks, Stuart. I've got Andy Ferguson and David Ingalls. So, all right, so Andy doesn't want to come in. David?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a quick question on hot boxes. There was an issue a couple of years ago about the hot boxes, and I think we were pretty low on them. I noticed in another part of this agenda that there are 2 hot boxes on order, or we have them, due to be coming to us. Can I just ask, first of all, how many we've got at the present moment in time, to help with pothole repairs, and also is another 2 going to be sufficient for the workforce across the region?
Stuart O'Connor.
Yeah, currently we've got 3 hot boxes that are owned by the council. Actually, sorry, I mean that it's actually 4 we've got across the council, plus we hire in the far west of the region when we require hot box in the Stranraer area. Currently, with the resourcing we've got available to us, that is probably about the maximum we can operate at the moment. A patching squad operates with between 5 and 6 members of staff, so 1 hot box between 5 or 6 members of staff is adequate for what we've got at the moment. Yeah.
Happy with that, David?
Yeah, happy with that, thank you.
Any other members? No. We'll go to the recommendations then, members. We're asked to, at 2.1, note the update provided on progress of the Road Service Improvement Action Plan at paragraph 3.6 to 3.22. Happy to know that? 2, note the update provided on progress on the implementation of the Roads Recovery Fund at paragraph 3.23 to 3.26. Happy to note that. Agree to the acceleration of the 800k Roads Recovery Funding from 23-24 into this current financial year to permit the continuation of these works following completion of the spend of budget identified for this current financial year at paragraph 3.2 to 3.23 to 3.26. Are we happy to agree that? And item 4, agree the allocation up to a maximum of 100k funding to procure an external organisation to support the delivery of Dumfries and Galloway parking strategy and decriminalisation parking enforcement feasibility study, and just an action plan to ensure that the members are kept up to date and involved in that moving forward. Okay. Thank you very much, members. We'll move on to item number 11, the Waste Service Implementation of Garden Waste Scheme Update and Waste Strategy Request, report by Interim Heads of Roads and Infrastructure. This report updates members on a potential garden waste collection following the provisional offer of 1.43 million from Zero Waste Scotland for full capital grant funding from the Scottish Government's Recycling Improvement Fund. And following the requirements of the Policy and Development Review Framework and Guidance document, there's a need to obtain from members a mandate to review and update the existing waste strategy with the aim of refreshing the commitments and vision in line with current operating context. Following the potential industrial action, again, members announced on Tuesday 23rd August for waste services, due to capacity issues of the Roads and Infrastructure team, it has been agreed to stand down the Waste Strategy Seminar currently scheduled on Thursday the 8th of September for a later date. Sean Morley is available on Teams to take any questions on the report, with James McLeod also in attendance to answer any specific questions. So, Sean and James, have you got anything to add to the report?
Just one thing, just to advise that I had received confirmation from Zero Waste Scotland this morning that they are happy to agree to the moving the money to the next financial year. So they're happy to stay with the project and also to withhold the money until the next financial year. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sean. James, you got anything to add? Okay, members' questions?
Nothing.
Sorry, thanks. Members' questions? Andy?
Thanks, Chair. I'm wondering where the survey outcome is, because it is a vital part, because we asked the public what they wanted, and it's not in the report here. I'm just wondering why, I think is the first question. I'll come back with something later, because again, I'm looking at 3.1.2. My understanding is the ad hoc waste collection subcommittee doesn't take decisions, it only discusses and advises as part of their delegation. So it would have been really helpful if we'd had that outcome of that survey for the members of the public. Because if I remember rightly, there was a significant number said they wanted a service.
I don't think anybody's disagreeing that members of the public want the service. It's whether it's the right time or not is going to be the question. Sean, have you got anything on that? Or James?
Through you, Chair. Just to update Andy there, then, yes, obviously there was the first survey, but since that was done, there's been a significant change in the cost of living crisis and the potential for what people are now able to afford. And at this point in time, it was considered a high risk to the council that we wouldn't potentially get the number of applications that are required to provide a fully funded service. So that's why that's not included this time. But if and when we go forward, then it will be necessary to do the survey again to a much wider, right across the region. Thank you, Chair.
And you want to come back in?
Yeah, I can hear what Sean's saying there, but my understanding is where it's an opt-in service, not an opt-out. So it's entirely the choice then of the public whether they want to do it or not, if it's available. So the cost of living crisis doesn't come into it, to be quite frank, because if they can't afford it, they won't opt in.
I think it's quite clear in the report. This is about the capital use of the 1.43 million. There will be a cost to the council if nobody opts in at the end of the day. So therefore, there will be a revenue requirement for this particular thing, because we need to get payment in to make it cost neutral for the council. At the moment, as Sean has said, the situation is, with the cost of living crisis, we don't know where we are in Dumfries and Galloway with the amount of people who would actually want to participate in this particular, the garden waste scheme. And I think it's right that we hold off at the moment just to see how people are actually moving forward with their own finances and things like that. So capital, I think, is clear. The 1.43 million is there. And as Sean has said, he's had confirmation today that Zero Waste Scotland are going to hold that for a year if we go with the recommendations. And then, we need to find out where people are. We need people to get involved in the garden waste collection service with that costing, that individual costing to them, so that, the situation isn't the capital thing, it's about the revenue side of things here, as opposed to... Sean, do you want to add anything to that?
No, thank you, Chair. You're absolutely right. It's the revenue risk that is the biggest one. The capital is always the easy part. And even if we just got a few customers, we would still have to fund the whole service. So that's where the risk is. So until we know where we are with the cost of living, who is likely to sign up to that, and to be fair, even if members would want to go forward with a fully funded service, until we have all of those answers, then we're in a high-risk situation where there'll be a significant revenue pressure on the council if we was to progress at this point in time. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, Chair. Will we be undertaking a further survey then? If the situation is different since the last survey with the cost of living crisis, will we be undertaking another one to actually be able to figure out whether this is going to be viable or not?
Yes, Sean or James?
Chair, are you happy to come back in? Yes, that will be my understanding. It will be appropriate to take another survey across the whole region. We need a significant number of customers to be able to have it self-funding. As I said, if the council agree that it is a funded service, a paid-for service, we don't have that confirmation at the moment. Thanks, Chair.
Tricia, you want to come back in?
Thank you, Chair. And will we have sight of that survey this time?
Sean?
Yes, that would be absolutely appropriate, yes.
So I think it's part of the recommendations that after the survey, the report comes back here with the survey included in that as to how we're moving forward with that. Would it be appropriate to have another report in December committee just to see where we are with this? Vice Chair.
Derek,
Yeah, just a second, Sean. I'll get the Vice Chair to come in with a question. Maybe you can answer the two at the same time.
It's not so much, well, it is a question, and I was going to say it wasn't so much a question, but I mean, Sean had already given us a verbal update on where we are with Zero Waste Scotland. Now, 2.2 says agree to accept in principle. I think it would probably be more important if we actually agree that we will accept the 1.43 even though it will be in a year's time.
Yeah, I think that is an appropriate recommendation to go forward with. Sean, were you going to ask Derek a question here? We can't have him no saying anything today, like, you know.
Thank you, Chair. It's just about the timing of the report. So obviously, as this report points out, this is linked to the development of a revised strategy. So the first thing will be to ensure that the strategy is approved, and then that will then feed into all of the schemes that will come out of that. But the key thing about this, Chair, is that Zero Waste Scotland have said that the agreement to pushing the money down the road a little bit is dependent on us making sure that we're ready to go, or at least got things committed by the beginning of the next financial year. So the timing is fairly tight, but I would expect something to come back to committee towards the end of the year with recommendations on the different programmes that we'd like to take forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Sean. I see Derek nodding his head, so I'm going to let him come in on this one.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. Direction of travel is clear. Members have always given us that, and it's about just managing the risk to the council. I think a very good point has been made about the survey. We pride ourselves as a council on our community engagement, the standards of that. So early consultation with members on that draft survey through the appropriate channel makes a lot of sense. So we'll commit to doing that to ensure that before any survey is in fact issued, that members have had the opportunity to scrutinise it and ultimately give it endorsement. So helpful feedback this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Andy, before I bring you in, Chris, he wants to come in for the first time, so I'll ask Chris to come in. Yeah.
Morning again. Just with you saying you're taking projects further, looking at the recycle centres, you know that people do take a lot of garden waste too as well. On the booking system, is there the opportunity for people to phone and book? Because I've had a couple of constituents, you know, complaining about the system, even though, you know, it is good. It stops, you know, the amount of cars waiting to get in. But some people are not savvy on the computer, possibly don't have internet. Could that system be looked at as future planning, please?
Okay, James Moore on the operational issue, yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Through yourself, Chair. Yeah, the booking, if to make a booking at a household waste recycling centre can be done generally over online, but also can be done over the phone. So just contacting the contact centre and they'll make a booking for any member of the public wishing to go that route if they're not tech savvy.
Did you get that, Christy?
Thank you.
Thank you. David, for some reason I've got you up as your hand up. Was that the last time? It's just it's yellow on mine.
Yeah, that was the last time, Chair, sorry.
Thank you. Andy, you want to come back in?
Yeah, I'm really interested in this Zero Waste Scotland agreeing to hold it over. I'm not surprised they are, because are they going to put on 10% for inflation?
Sean, you're the one that's got the letter.
It's the 1.4 million, Chair. That's the one that they're happy to put on hold. So that's what money's been offered to the council is the money that will be kept on hold until March.
Okay, thank you, Tracy.
Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, come back in repeatedly. Thanks, Chair. And that's been agreed to be held for a year. Am I correct? So if the cost of living crisis is still in the same situation and we have a survey that doesn't favour the service, what happens then?
Sean, is there ongoing discussions with Zero Waste Scotland on this?
So if I can come back in, Chair, and come back to the strategy. The purpose of the strategy will be to look at the whole waste service with the option or the possibility of making the garden waste service much more affordable to the council. So we'll be looking at a number of different things that takes away the pressure, particularly the revenue pressure of operating the service, particularly if we don't end up with the number of customers that we're intending to, we need to cover the costs. So that's the whole purpose of the strategy, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie, you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, it was a quick question. It was just on the back of what Councillor Hill mentioned about the booking for the waste recycling centres. So that this is probably, and you guys do probably as well, get relatively. Well, I get quite a few comments basically saying that the public don't agree with the online booking system. So are we keeping it because it's better management or better managed, sorry, or are we keeping it because that's what the public want? Has there been any sort of survey done, and I might have missed it, so I do apologise if I have, to make the decision to keep it and also improve it, because there are two quite different things there. Because I know certainly from my ward, I do get a lot of complaints or gripe about the online booking system.
James, you want to come back on that one?
For yourself, Chair. I mean, we found the booking system from an operational point of view extremely beneficial. From a safety point of view of managing a number of vehicles on site, and that safety doesn't just extend to the operatives, but obviously to the public as well. And we're not simply talking about COVID separation, which is obviously not so critical these days, but generally the number of people using the sites. It allows us to do other things associated with the sites and ensuring that they're available for the public. For example, it reduces the likelihood of our more remote sites becoming skips within our more remote sites becoming particularly full on a weekend, where they would then have to close those materials for reception. So garden waste being a good example. If a garden waste site was a garden waste skip at Thornhill was or Sanco was to fill, may not be able to service that skip for the Sunday or the Monday. So that by managing the number of vehicles on site, we've not had those kind of issues. It allows us to manage the situation should we need to close a site. We can inform everybody that's got a booking and advise them on what alternative arrangements there may be. Just to do some other things in terms of how many in future discussions, how we manage things like trade waste onto sites and things like that, which we shouldn't be accepting onto sites. And earlier on this year, probably about March, April time, we had over 500,000 bookings on the system. So while we as a service, as you're aware, members have on a number of occasions put EMESs through to my team on the booking system, and we've responded, and we have some kind of standard responses that members will be aware of the reasons for retaining the booking system. We with 500,000 customers and probably more up to the 550,000, if not higher than that, we're talking about a handful of actual negative things. The new booking system, which we may be aware of once if you choose to register with a My Account, as a lot of people do, then it's a few tick boxes to make a booking. It takes less than a minute to make a booking. And the feedback I personally, and you can believe this or not, but the feedback I've had on the sites when I've been there from members of the public is actually that they prefer the sites less busy. They're not fighting over skips. They're not fighting over parking spaces at the site. They like to get in and get away at the time they're booked. So that would be my view. A number of other authorities have booking systems, and a number we know are looking at booking systems as well. So, but happy to take this offline with any members who wish to know a bit more about it, a visit to a site, these kind of things. Just stay in touch. Hope that's helpful.
Jackie, are you happy to take us offline with James?
Yeah, I've just got one more question, if you don't mind, Chair. So, yeah, thanks for that, James. So basically what we're saying is it's easier for the council to manage, and we haven't put it out to public consultation, which is what I expected to hear. So are we saying that there was a problem pre-COVID? Was there far too many vehicles? We couldn't manage it? I mean, I understand the whole commercial waste thing and business waste thing, but there, you know, nobody will be on site if there was no booking system. Someone would still be there. So are we saying that there was a problem pre-COVID that we just were struggling to manage, which is why we've introduced this? This, you know, pre-COVID, was there a problem? Do we have any intentions of asking the public? Because I'm sure it'll differ between wards. I mean, I personally got no problem with it. I've not found any issues with it whatsoever, but I'm purely going by what constituents are saying to me in my ward. And I've had mixed reviews, mainly negative though. So are we saying that is just how it is, get on with it? It's not quite as blunt as that, but that's what I got from what your answer was there. And I was saying that there was a problem that we needed to fix pre-COVID.
James, before you come in, obviously as part of the recommendations, we're looking to agree the approach for the Waste Management Project Boards through further engagement with Ad Hoc Waste Collection, Treatment Disposal Subcommittee, and to develop that updated waste strategy prior to approval at this committee. So I would imagine there'll be some communication with members and you know, the public on this moving forward. Is that, am I picking it up right?
Yeah, I mean the recommendations, as you say, Chair, make the last point. I think it is about looking to engage with our key partners, citizens and customers to agree the mandate. The mandate suggests that for the development of the waste strategy. I think it's important we have these discussions with members, and the Waste Subcommittee obviously offers an initial opportunity to do that. I'm quite sure that we'll take direction from members on the booking system and whether that's something that they feel needs further consultation on. I've explained the advantages, and I think those advantages are not just for our staff and the safety of staff and the public, but also for the public in general, that they can ensure they get on. I think booking systems for a variety of things are quite common these days, and I'm happy to take your direction on that. But yeah, we will be doing through the waste strategy development, as has been indicated by the report. There will be obviously more opportunity for the public to be, or stakeholders particularly, to be involved in these kind of matters.
Okay, John Dennerley.
Thank you, Chair. Just generally, I understand the importance of access to these services for any people, any members of the public, and I appreciate that technology, online booking systems really will benefit the wider public as well as many people who suffer from hearing impairments, etc., hearing loss. So this would benefit many people having an online service to make sure that they have access for all sorts of members of the public who maybe have communication difficulties, to have a communication or an online system to carry on. And of course we've got different acts to make sure that many people from our community are involved in these, so the services for the council, they have access to all these services.
Okay, James, you want to come back on
that? Thank you for that for yourself, Chair. Not relevant to sort of hearing impairments, but I think one of the things with the new booking system, just for your information, members, is that on making a booking, a member of the public can ask for assistance at the site, and our operatives at the site then get the notification when that vehicle arrives that the person requires assistance. Obviously, that's targeted at people who generally need assistance rather than people who get three guys to load the car, turn up by themselves with an engine block to dispose of and don't want to do it themselves. So for the elderly, infirm and potentially disabled, an opportunity to book assistance before arriving at the site. So another advantage perhaps with the booking system.
A point of clarification for Councillor Marshall.
I think what I'm hearing now is that probably, you know, due to COVID, there was an operational decision, you know, to implement the booking system, and for whatever, we haven't had the full opportunity to kind of assess that, etc. So I think moving forward, I think, and James is kind of suggesting that, it's looking at, you know, if it goes to the subcommittee and then comes here. But I think what we do need is the full information, you know, on you know, new system, how it's working, etc. And then we could take a policy decision on that, you know, and members of then will have the opportunity to actually speak to, you know, the ward members, etc., you know, people in the ward. But it's sounding like, you know, we need the fullest of information on the pros and cons of that to make a decision and set as a policy going forward.
Okay, James, did you clarify this here, Sean?
Chair, did you?
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that that clarification that Councillor Marshall has said is clear. Yeah.
Yeah, that makes logical sense. I think that's a good approach. Thank you.
Councillor Little.
Thank you. Just a small point before Councillor Ferguson. Thanks for that, James, that detailed description of the reasons why we do the booking system. I don't have a problem with it. I've used it many times. It actually helps with the planning garden works and stuff like that. I've got no issue with it at all. But can I ask if the on-site staff know these reasons? Because anecdotally, I can say that they don't always give the same reasons, and sometimes they don't know the reasons. And when they're challenged by, I found mostly positiveness about this system, to be honest with you, but when they're challenged by someone who maybe doesn't agree, they don't really have the answers. It's what I've found from people who've come to me and said, oh, the staff at this had said this is a reason, or they said they didn't know the reason. So I think it would be helpful to them to make sure that they actually have these detailed reasons, because they're very reasonable and they make full sense.
James, can you go through the process of allowing members of the staff to understand what's required?
Of course, Chair, through yourself. So, yes, our staff are aware of the booking system, and we've recently, as I've made aware, changed the booking system, which has made it considerably simpler for them to use. Effectively, when a vehicle turns up on their iPad, it shows the registration number. They touch that registration number to book them in, and that's it. If there's a colour coding on it to suggest that they require assistance, then the assistance is offered. I would just add that in terms of we've recently completed the process of finalising the hours of operation and all the staff onto the new contracts which reflect the hours of operation of the site, standardised hours across the estate, and we've filled vacancies. And the next step later on this year will be to be undertaking training with the staff on customer service and conflict management, because unfortunately some of our staff have to deal with the views of certain users of the facilities that they are not always happy with them or life in general, and that's sometimes taken out on our staff. So I can give assurances, Councillor Little, that during that training, we will reiterate the reasons behind the booking system, and we will either impart our trainers' knowledge of dealing with challenging situations and the like. So hopefully that's helpful, and not that I have any major concerns with my staff, but I would hasten to add I'm impressed when I go around my sites with their customer focus, but we always work to improve where we can.
Okay, I think Councillor's a little happy with that response. Councillor Ferguson?
Me actually, right, thanks. Just a couple of things here, because the more I'm hearing here, it's different from what's in the report, or in my mind anyway. So just a couple of questions for clarity. We've currently got an agreement from capital funding of 1.43 million, which was negotiated when inflation was almost zero, because that figure's been getting bandied about for quite some time. Inflation's over 10% now. So one of the first question, the first part of the question is, are we then able to review with Zero Waste Scotland to up that figure if we agree to put it off? That's my first point. And the second point, of what I'm picking up here, is the waste strategy thing at 3.2.1. The new vision and strategy was agreed in 2019. Yet it's saying we're needing to do a new waste management strategy. So will that new waste management strategy include a whole new raft of public engagement and look at everything, including the booking system, as part of that? Right? Or are we going to or is the intention to cherry pick things here, or is the intention to actually do a proper review of the whole system? That's the question I'm looking for an answer for.
My understanding with the visits myself and the Vice Chair did to the Eco-Deco plant, household waste and recycling, is that it's a full overview of the waste strategy moving forward, because we have things like the zero waste site at Lochermoss to look at. We've got Eco-Deco we need to look at and things like that. But Sean, can you come back on that?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So exactly right, Councillor Ferguson. It's to look at the whole of the waste service. So not just the collection, the disposal, the consultation with members, the delivery of a garden waste service, how the civic community sites work, HWSDs work. All of it's the whole thing, with a view to future-proofing how the service is delivered, because you're quite right, the cost of the service is going up incrementally every single year. In answer to your question, we can go back to Zero Waste Scotland. We can have that conversation with them to see if they will take into consideration the increasing costs. Whether they will change their position or not, it is unknown until we ask the question, but it's a reasonable question to ask. But in answer to your second question, yes, absolutely, the whole waste service, collection and disposal. Thank you, Chair.
My understanding also is that there's also the issue with the deposit return scheme and where that's going with consultation. There's a circular economy consultation that's going on at the moment as well. So, you know, to move now is, you know, quite, you know, the potential is there a risk to the council. I'm just saying there's a potential. I'm not saying there is a potential to move forward there. But the amount of consultations, the deposit return scheme, you know, going on, we need to think about exactly how we're moving forward. Andy, you want to come back in and then I'll get
just very quickly, Archie. So the real reason for wanting to defer the decision on the garden waste thing is because we're going to actually be doing a full review of the whole process. Not the cost of living crisis. That's a red herring. Because it wouldn't matter if it was zero, you're still wanting to have to put that back, because if you're going to review the whole process. So let's just tell people what it is. Right? If we think right at this moment in time that we need to review the entire waste management system, then that's what we do. Right? And I'm quite happy that we should be as open as that with the public, because the circumstances are changing all the time.
Before I bring you in, Sean, Vice Chair wants to come in.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. What I can't understand is we've already done the survey, etc. People were asking for this, even through a previous crisis, never mind the cost of living crisis. We had the pandemic. We implemented the recycling facilities, you know, the curbside recycling facilities. Now, this is something that members of the public have been asking for, and we would probably be doing a disservice if we keep batting this down the road, which, in my view, shouldn't really happen. Now, in the previous report, there was reference made to the on-street parking, for example, and the £100,000 that's going to be spent to get external help in developing that. So, in other words, we've had a pandemic, we've already got the cost of living crisis, nothing really stops. You know, my view, we should really be pushing forward for this. And I can't understand, as Councillor Ferguson reiterated, why the cost of living should come into it when people are willing to pay for a service.
of course, we're not going to go back over any previous discussed and agreed decisions of this committee. That's already been agreed inside of that. The decision of the committee today will be the decision of the committee today. And we have to have the discussion and scrutiny of the particular reports. I think there's been a very big change in what's happened over the last number of years, and I think we quite rightly need to review the strategy of the waste because of all the other legislation that's coming down the road, the consultations that are taking place with waste, and obviously there's loads of things that are going on that not only ourselves but other councils are having to consult and you know, give reports back to Scottish Government on. But Sean, do you want to come back in on those particular questions?
Sorry, Chair, I just lost you there.
Did you hear the questions from Andy and Vice?
Yes, so Chair, thank you. So going back to Councillor Ferguson's comment about the cost of living, the risk to the council has already been reiterated is the inability to get enough customers to cover the revenue cost, and the cost of living crisis is a definite impact that we believe will present a risk to the council. So that's why it's there. Yes, there does need to be a review of the waste service as a whole. And as I previously indicated, the strategy will look at the service as a whole to minimise the risk of delivering a garden waste service. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Jackie?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, I 100% agree with Councillor Ferguson there. I'm just going to go back, sorry, to the online booking system. One question, please, because my personal feeling after this debate is that we've fixed something that didn't need fixed. But anyway, so you talked about training there a while back, James. Can I just confirm what happens, or what is it down to staff discretion if there is a walk-in, if you like? So someone that hasn't booked who is perhaps in the queue, what are the staff instructed to do, or is it simply down to their discretion of how busy they are, and you know, because that's understandable. But what are they taught in training, as it were?
I mean, that's an operational question. It's a strategic strategic decision-making body, and I think if you take this offline with James, I'm sure James will be happy to give you that answer. I think we're going to move forward to the recommendations now, because I've spent quite a bit of time on this particular one, Jackie. But if you can speak to James offline about, you know, that particular question, if somebody turns up without booking and things like that, what actually happens, that would be an operational.
That's fine, Chair. I just assumed that it was going to be a simple answer, but yeah, I can do that.
Okay, thank you. Right, members, I'm going to go to the recommendations. So, in recommendation 2.1, we note the background to progression of garden waste collection service, including success in achieving the offer of 1.43 million of capital funding from Scottish Government's Recycling Improvement Fund. Can we note that? 2.2, agree to accept in principle, agree to accept the 1.43 capital funding paragraph 3.1.3 in Appendix 1.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, if we accept the 1.3, we're putting a message out there to members of the public that we are going to go ahead at some time with this service.
So I'm happy to change that to agree to accept the 1.43. 2.3, agree to defer the decision on implementing a garden waste collection service until 2023-24 financial year. Is there any differences?
Point order, please. Jim Dempster.
Jim.
Aye, if we agree to accept the 1.3 million, we're then making a commitment. I don't see any point in any further meetings or changing the direction of the scheme, and it may well commit us to a cost that we haven't fully bottomed out, for language, a better word. I think there's a risk if we accept the in-principle decision allows us not to progress with the scheme. If you accept it, then you're committed, absolutely committed, and I think that would be a foolish move, because we haven't determine the financial cost that it would come to this council by implementing a garden waste scheme that's be free of charge.
So with the principal one you're talking about there, Jim, is that we agree in principle the 1.3 capital funding with regards to the next recommendations as well. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, because as soon as you commit to accept it, you're committing to a scheme. In principle, we don't need to implement it. If we find after further consultation that it's not what the wider community wants, or that there's a cost, they will then have to factor that cost into the next and every other budget after that. We're accepting it in principle then, that's not a final decision. If you accept it, that's a full and final decision, and you'll have to progress with the scheme at whatever cost that might be. And I'm like many other members, I think there will be a different view taken on how many folk would want to pay for the garden waste scheme if we go to a further consultation. It might come as a surprise. Lots of folk would accept it if it was free. I absolutely agree with that.
Jim,
but not
sorry,
if
I can come in, Jim, and just say that obviously the 1.43 is the capital spend as opposed to the revenue spend. The capital spend is as it is, and obviously discussions earlier on was that we would talk to Zero Waste Scotland if that went up with the cost of living, inflation rates and things like that. Discussed. Zero Waste Scotland and the council talk regularly. I know that for a fact. So there will be that ongoing discussion. But this is about the capital cost rather than the revenue cost, Jim.
I agree with that. But what happens if we take the 1.3 and then members, after a further consultation exercise, decide not to implement the garden waste scheme at all?
Well, we're only agreeing to accept the 1.43, not the 1.3. The 1.43 with obviously ongoing discussions after the strategy. There's nothing to say that we can't hand the 1.43 million back. If we didn't go forward, Jim, it's the funding for the capital that's the main thing here.
Yeah, I get that. Okay, as long as we can return, because I would hate to think we were talking into possession or a point of no return by making a decision. Whereas in principle, it's simply open-ended and we can decide after further consultation. We've got the agreement to carry it forward. I don't see why it needs to be a firm decision because in principle it's fine.
Sean, do you want to come in and Vice Chair?
Yeah, no, it was just on that basis that we do accept it in principle with the further information that we can extend that to next year. And there's no obligation, and I would take it that actually if we then decided not to proceed with the scheme, we would return it. And I think Sean could probably confirm that.
Sean?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so that's absolutely correct. If we don't choose to spend the money, then it will just be allocated to other schemes within Scotland. What I would say, Chair, is the Scottish Government are talking about mandating garden waste. What they wouldn't commit on when we met with them was whether it would be mandated as free and whether we could still charge. So that's a sort of another reason why deferring until next year will help us, because it will then help the Scottish Government to decide exactly what they're going to be doing going forward, because at the moment they don't really know themselves. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Vice Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I mean, Zero Waste Scotland have offered this 1.43 million on the basis of the previous surveys and the hard work that's been done to achieve this. And there's nothing wrong with just accepting this money now. I mean, why should we just say it in principle? I mean, if there is going to be a particular service, whether it's mandated or not, we're going to need this capital funding. So I would still stick with that we accept the 1.43 million of capital funding. Thanks, Chair.
I think whether we agree or agree in principle, it's as Sean said, we can hand it back if we didn't use it. I mean, agree in principle. I'm quite happy with the recommendations as is. If we need to go to a vote because of two words in principle, it seems a bit of a long-standing affair to move this on. We've spent more time on this particular report than we have the previous 10 reports. So let's move forward to agree the recommendations at 2.2, then we can move on to the further ones. But if you want to make it a motion or an amendment, I'm happy to go there. Andy?
To try and move this forward, Chair, you're absolutely right. I'm actually wondering whether we've got the recommendations the wrong way around. We should actually, the next one should be note the need to update the waste strategy. then agree the waste strategy engagement mandate, and then agree to defer decisions on garden waste collection until 2020, actually not until 23-24, until the waste strategy has been formulated. Right, and do it that way round, because then it makes sense, because I'm still not convinced there's a reason on the words that are there right now to actually defer the implementing, you know, this thing about the cost of living. And I'm happy to cede on the fact that if it's going to be part of a bigger overall strategy review, then quite rightly it shouldn't get changed at this moment in time.
I'll bring Derek in a minute, but I understand what you're saying. Yeah. Recommendations are recommendations, and they're put there because of the way that it's written out in the report as opposed to anything else. I've not got an issue with, you know, changing the numbers of them, but I think for us it's about moving this forward in a way that everybody's going to be happy with. So, Derek, if I was to, and I'll ask the governance if that's all right, to first of all in 2.2 agree in principle the 1.43 capital funding, then 2.3 is 2.4, note the need to update the waste strategy. 2.3 agree to defer the decision because we're going to update the waste strategy. And then 2.5 agree the waste strategy engagement mandate. And then 2.6 agree the approach for the waste management project both through further engagement with ad hoc waste collection, treatment and disposal recovery. So the only thing that we're actually swapping is 2.3, 2.4 to that one. Would members be happy with that? So, are you happy with that, Governance Officer?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. I think we'll do this one, and then we'll have a break for lunch. And again, obviously, we need to make sure our British Sign Language has a bit of a break as well. Okay. The next item is item 12, Capital Investment Strategy Transport Asset Class Capital Programme, report by Head of Neighbourhood Services. This report provides members an update in relation to the outturn of the Transport Asset Class Capital Programme for 21-22, a 3-year budget plan 22-23 to 24-25, and a monitoring update for Q1 22-23. Harry Hay is available on Teams to take any questions on the report, with Gordon Bryce also in attendance to answer any specific questions. So, Harry, Gordon, have you got anything to add to the report?
Nothing to add, thanks, Chair, other than just say that it's part of the agreed Council's approach to capital budget monitoring and reporting. Thank you.
Gordon, I know as an ex-REMI guy you're usually under wagons, but have you got anything to say on that?
Nothing to add for me, Chair, just happy to take questions.
Thank you. Davy Stitt.
Cheers, Chair. I notice in 3.5 Dalbeatty's getting new charging points. I know it's a bone of contention myself, but I've corresponded with Gordon. It's at Earlsgrove Football Stadium, but I think they've got an on-site visit supposed to be there. I'm a bit concerned when I got a reply saying that there's four charge points, 8 bays at Dalbeatty Learning Campus that are now in operation. I'm a bit concerned if that's got to be within school hours, because you've got 700 kids going in there from 9:15 in the morning to 3:30 in the afternoon, and members of the public using them. If it's within school hours, I'm not happy, but if it's without school hours, that's fine, because it's an open. There's no gates at the school, it's just drive in and drive back hour. Could you have a bit of word on that?
Gordon, can you give me some clarity on that, or Harry?
Yeah, I can come in on that, Chair. So, those points at the Dalbeatty campus are workplace points, Councillor, so they were put in place to help our social work teams and our carers to sort of charge overnight. They won't be open to the public.
You happy with that, Davy?
Site visit due for the other ones at Earlsgrove, which has been a bone of contention, I think, with myself.
Okay, Jackie?
Thanks, Chair. Hi, Gordon. Hi, Harry. Gordon, you've helped quite immensely with me with a few things over the past few months with regards to charging points. But at the last, or the one prior to that communities meeting, we had a prediction that we were going to have, I think it was 22 disabled electric charging points across the region installed by the end of March. Is that right? It's just by memory. I'm to be honest. Can you just confirm how far we are with that? If we've completed that, or we've certainly got more across the region. Just for an update, please.
Okay, Gordon.
Get through yourself, Chair. Can I come back to you with that answer, Councillor? That's not something I'd have in front of me at the moment.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
I would say yes, but I'll just confirm exactly where they are for you, if that's okay.
Great, thanks, Gordon.
Okay, thanks, Gordon. Any other members? Dennis?
Yep, I'm just wondering if there's any other people across the region got problems with the public charging points, because I'm getting quite a few complaints that the ones they installed in Langham, there's only one that they can actually use, the rest for some reason can't be used, and there's not enough information supplied either with them. So I just wonder if that's across the region or just specific.
Gordon?
Through yourself, Chair. Not that I'm aware of, Councillor. I mean, the charging network is managed by Charge Place Scotland, and on the chargers there'll be a sticker and a phone number to phone if there is faults on the system. Once those faults are phoned through, there's a sort of automatic process that Charge Place Scotland gets the supplier out to get them fixed. There's also some agreements in place that they do them within certain timelines. But I can specifically have a wee look at the ins at Langham to see what's online and what's not, and see if there's a delay in getting something fixed there. But nothing that I'm aware of at the other sites.
How about it, yeah. Jackie, did you want to come back in?
Yes, I did. Sorry. It was just a quick question about charging points at home. Gordon, a constituent come to me recently. They've just purchased an electric car, and they looked to have their a charging point installed at their home, but because the cable would come across the pavement, it was rejected, basically. Is there any way around that to help the constituent? Do you have any advice, you know, in general, not just that constituent, but if anybody else has asked that, of course, and if anybody else asks me?
Go
on. Through yourself, Chair. So on the point of home charging, there's no easy answer to it. We are working with a number of manufacturers, and we're taking part in certain sort of EV groups to try and address that, because every town is different, basically, as to where we can put charging. There's obvious issues with who's responsible for any works that takes place in the pavements, and that goes back to our colleagues in roads. There's issues with street furniture and so on, but there is more and more sort of innovative solutions coming on board that, after a wee bit of time, we'll be able to guide public to those companies that provide those solutions, obviously making pavements safe places for whatever traffic's on them, if that makes sense. There's no easy answer, unfortunately, at the moment, but it is something that we're looking at.
You happy with that, Jackie?
Yes, so as it stands at the moment, Gordon, is it if someone has a charging point or wants a charging point at home, but the cable stretches across a public pavement, it's just a no-no, is that right? Until you go for, okay. It's just that I think they were suggesting a cover or something for the cable, and I'm sure that's what all your research is doing. But okay, just so I know. Thanks.
But what I would say to them, Councillor, is that there's no many major towns that doesn't have public charging networks or infrastructure there that could be utilised. You'll never be mailing a sort of, I'm going to say, a 20-minute drive away for a charger, especially in your area.
Aye, yeah, no receipt.
Okay, thank you, David.
Yeah, Chair, just coming in on that last point that Councillor McCarman made. It's a major issue, and it's something that goodness knows how they're ever going to overcome this. Access to charging points for housing schemes and flats and stuff like that. I know there are various ways that you can take that cable across the pavement. The issue is getting permission from planning or the council to put that ducting in. And I don't know whether that's something we can address more quickly, which would allow certain people who can get the cable out to their gate to take it below the pavement, you know, so that they can get a charging point out to their car. I mean, I saw one recently, the car was parked up on a pavement and the cable was coming out the window of the house. I mean, it's just horrendous what you're seeing. Newton Stewart in particular, I know one guy who's got a mobility vehicle and they've got to take their car down and park it up to charge it, you know, at the library or somewhere like that. And then they've got to leave it sitting for 4 hours. So you've got a mobility vehicle, you know, they don't have the mobility to get back up home. So it's a major issue. If we can find some way of getting through planning to allow people who have got the opportunity to get a cable out to their car, if we can have a look at how planning can deal with that in a way that's more helpful and more positive, because I believe they made the request and they were told that they couldn't give them permission. You know, and it's one of these scenarios that they're still waiting on guidance on. So I don't know whether that's something planning can deal with.
I mean, this is obviously a capital investment strategy for Transport Asset Class, the capital programme for this particular directorate. The place-based planning process is going through consultation, I believe, very shortly. So therefore, it's an ideal opportunity, I think, David, as part of the consultation to move it through that particular way. And obviously, this isn't about, you know, this particular report isn't about charging at people's homes, while it is an important aspect of, you know, moving to the carbon zero situation. I think it's probably better done through the place-based planning consultation as opposed to in here. Okay, Ian.
Chair, I was just wondering if this is an issue which could be addressed through our parking strategy, which we've just agreed to spend 100,000 up to 100,000 on.
It potentially is. Harry, would that be something that could be done?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, I think the points that have been made are valid, and I think also, as Gordon suggested, the whole acceleration and rollout of EG charging is something that the country as a whole is having to wrestle with at the moment. And I think in parallel, there are a number of emerging technologies which will enable charging to happen in a far more convenient manner than is currently available. So I think Gordon and I will be very happy to speak to colleagues across the council and where there's an opportunity to try and come up with innovative solutions and a kind of clarity and consistency across the region in parallel with other bits of work that's happening. Of course, we'll be very, very happy to do that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Andy?
Okay, I mean, this is clear. This is a developing part of you know, and it's going at a pace. And we can't lose sight of the fact that Gordon, Jackie McCammon and myself actually got emails, oh, congratulations, about moving stuff out for people with disabilities and charging points so quickly. In fact, so I think the secret here, and I'm hoping Gordon's got to back me on this, is that we need to maintain that progress, maintain that momentum, and take it forward from there, rather than, you know, kind of having that heart back a wee bit. So, I mean, there's a good news story in this, and I think we just need to highlight that.
Thanks, Andy. And, you know, credit where credit's due, Gordon. Obviously, the work that you've done over the last number of years in preparing the region for this has been fantastic, and thanks very much for actually doing that. And obviously, there was a lot of consultation with community councils and things like that at the start of this moving forward, and we see, you know, the next stage of this coming along. As members are aware, there's you know, a range of different benchmarking organisations across the UK which are trying to help provide solutions to this, such as APSI and COSLAN and all the rest of the organisations such as that. So we look forward to those solutions coming forward. But obviously, thanks very much, Gordon, for you and your team for taking this forward and involving the community. Members, I don't have anybody else in, so sorry, Ian, sorry, Maureen.
Can you use your microphone, please? Thanks.
Sorry. Sorry, thanks, Chair. It's more a point of interest. It's regarding all the new machinery that's been equipment and buses that have been purchased and procured. It's what happens to the surplus machinery that is no longer in use. And if this stuff is still, assuming it is still in working order, does this have any monetary value to the council for future? Or what happens to this machinery and coaches and buses? Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm sure Gordon will answer this because he's actually at the head of this as well with the transport side of things as well as equipment. But we do get some monetary value on vehicles, for instance, if they're less than, I think it was 5-year-old gone. But we also use some of the equipment that's maybe out of date for parts and things like that. But Gordon, do you want to come back on that?
Yeah, through to yourself, Chair. Yeah, Councillor, assets that are disposed of and usually sold through auction, if they're still in the condition to be sold on, that is, that money's taken back into the capital fund and reused within that budget.
Johnny, you want anything? Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think, yeah, this is really valuable information and a really valuable discussion, and we want to encourage this as we work to a net zero approach. Recently, we've done a survey of 80% of use electric vehicles in Norway, and so they're very advanced with their technology compared to the UK, which only has 12% of use of electric vehicles. Because of the expenses incurred by this. So it's good to start kind of as a point to move forward and encourage people, encourage the public to use these things and purchase electric vehicles. And this will obviously then perhaps impact on their cost of living, etc. So this is something to think about. Yeah, we want to really be funding more of these initiatives and becoming kind of more green transport, as it were.
Thanks for that, John. There's not a question here, but more a comment, but thanks very much for that, and I agree we need to sort of get more people involved with the electric vehicles and everything else that has carbon neutral situations. Okay, members, I'm going to go to the recommendations. Members are asked to, at 2.1, agree the financial outturn in relation to vehicle purchases for 2021-22 Transport Asset Class Programme. Agreed. 2.2, agree the budget allocation for 22-23 to 24-25, paragraphs 3.6 and 3.7. We agree that. And 2.3, agree the 2022-23 quarterly one budget monitoring position as at Appendix 2. Are we happy with that? Okay. Thanks, members. Well, we're going to take a break now. Make sure our sign language interpreter gets a good rest and make sure he gets a coffee. Maybe even use of the lavatory and things like that. So I shouldn't have said that out loud, should I? Basically, we will have a break now till 1:15. That's 1:15. Okay, Governance Officer?
Life.
Thank you, members, for coming back on plenty of time. We'll now move on to agenda item 13, which is Inclusive Play Area Update, report by the Interim Heads of Roads and Infrastructure. This report provides members with an update in relation to progress being made to develop inclusive play areas and ancillary facilities in Castle Douglas and Newton Stewart in conjunction with our principal partners. Karen Brownlee is available on Teams to take any questions on the report, with Nicola Simpson also in attendance to answer any specific questions. Karen, have you got anything to add to the report?
Thank you, Chair. Nothing further to add.
And hiya, Nicola, long time no see. Okay, members, any questions? Okay, Andy?
Yeah, how much longer have we given Castle Douglas?
My understanding there's been a lot of movement in the last few months on the Castle Douglas. Karen, can you come forward on that?
Certainly. Through you, Chair. Yes, the work with Castle Douglas Development Forum is progressing positively, and certainly over the last 6 months or so there has been significant progress made. Chair, through you, if it's okay to hand over to Nicola, she will be able to provide a specific update. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, as Karen says, over the last 6 months there's been significant improvement with things with this project, and Castle Douglas Development Forum have submitted a large number of applications for further funding and have been successful in some of these and have a large application pending with regards to the inclusive change in places toilet provision and path to improve accessibility for everyone. So we're now at the stage, after recent sample designs being provided by some suppliers, they've went and done a further consultation with the public at Castle Douglas and received comments back from the public about what they would like to see in the park. So I'm now currently in the final process of preparing procurement documents to get the large part of the inclusive play out to tender, which I hope will happen in the next few weeks.
Thank you very much. Okay, there's no other member. John, have you got anything asked? John? No, happy. Okay, thank you. We'll just go to the recommendations and members. We are asked to, at 2.1, note the progress made in relation to the development of Newton Stewart and Castle Douglas inclusive play projects, paragraphs 3.4 to 315. I'm happy to note that. And 2.2, agree to receive a further report to this committee on the 6th of December 2022. Agreed? Okay, thank you. We'll then move on to item... Sorry, David, do you want to come in?
Sorry, I difficult to get my hand up there, Chair. I could have given you a wee bit of background to the Newton Stewart one. Out with what's in the report, we have a small issue at the minute trying to get the lease for the bit of ground the changing places toilets going to sit on, and that's a stumbling block when it comes to funding, Chair, and maybe that's something that we can push forward a wee bit more in the council to allow us to get that in place.
Okay, Karen, can we take that forward as an action, please?
Through you, Chair, yes, we're actively working in conjunction with Newton Stewart Initiative and also the Estates team to progress that lease as quickly as we can.
Thank you. Happy with that, David?
Yeah, that's brilliant. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. We've agreed the recommendations. We'll now move on to item 14, which is the licence of short-term lets. Report by Head of Governance and Assurance. This report seeks members' agreement on the proposed fee structure, introductory temporary fee discounts for short-term lets licensing applications, and agreement on the Council's short-term let licensing policy, which meets the Civic Government Scotland Act 1982, licensing of short-term lets, Order 2022, and the Scottish Government statutory guidance. Vlad Valiantes is available on Teams to take any questions on the report, with John Ringrose also in attendance to answer any specific questions. Vlad, have you got anything to add to the report?
Nothing to add, Chair, apart from, I guess, just we have had previous informative reports on this, and we've had lots of queries from members, as obviously members of the public have been querying through members, and this is ultimately the proposal moving forward, subject to Council's approval.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Okay, there's sorry, Jackie, and then Pauline.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, so this report is quite concerning, to be honest. I've had quite a few businesses, local businesses in my ward, contact me, particularly B&Bs. My question is, why was the consultation didn't involve everyone? It was sent out to given how controversial it is, given how important this industry is, short lets, in our area, you know, was there an industry expert that advised on how we do the consultation? Because it's quite concerning that it wasn't wider. And that to me, it should have included local businesses as well. So if someone could just clarify what happened during the consultation and who made those decisions.
I'll maybe just come in first on that. Okay, Chair, on that one. Through you. As you'll note, this has obviously been coming for a while now in terms of legislation, and the commencement dates were pushed back by Scottish Government, if I recall correctly. This went through a public consultation. I think they're included in the background papers, and all those affected had an opportunity to comment through that. All we're doing as officers is, in essence, applying the legislation, complying with that, and setting up, hopefully, the infrastructure which is best practice, having consulted with other local authorities who are obviously having to do this. So that exercise has been done, and assured, and can provide that assurance that we've got that benchmarking, we've done that exercise of looking at what others are doing, and in essence what you've got is the infrastructure to implement the legislation here. That's what we're doing as officers, but I don't know if John wants to come back on any of that, including the consultation piece.
Okay, John.
Yeah, thank you. In addition, we've met with the Scottish Alliance of Association of Scotland Self-Caterers and South of Scotland Destination Alliance, local and national industry bodies. We're attending short-term lets, road shows in Stranraer and Dumfries very soon, just to answer questions from owners. Our aim is to support owners with this, but we're aware that this is new legislation coming in, and we want to support them positively with that. So one of the sessions at the Ryan Centre on the 31st of August, and one's at Dumfries College on the 1st of September, and that will be open to members and non-members of the South of Scotland Destination Alliance.
Thank you. Jackie, you happy with that?
Yeah, I could probably elaborate, but I'll do it offline because I'm aware that I've spoken quite a lot.
Okay, thank you. Pauline and then Dougie.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I'd just like to put this on record that I have been in comms with the past CEO of the ASSC recently, and she would like to thank the Council in particular for their regular communication within that body in particular. So that's just to have that on record, that she was particularly happy with the comms just to that associations, and the help has been appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks for that feedback, Pauline. It's always welcome. Dougie?
Thank you, Chair. It's a question specifically in relation to the draft policy. I think it's page 310. in relation to a fit and proper person test. Can I ask why it says may be subject to that test, and I suppose ask the question why everyone shouldn't be subject to that test? Just to clarify what the decision or the thought process was behind saying may be required to be tested.
Vlad, I'll come in. I'll take it this will be a legal sort of saying as opposed to anything else.
It's a good question, so well picked up. What I'll take away to do is to figure out that with the team in terms of that particular may, because there should always be that fit and proper person test and licences. I guess it's more about assessing that at first hand and how we go about doing that. But ask me what was intended, because in essence what we've got is a kind of written application rather than going through a process of interviewing someone, etc., and finding out their criminal records. So I'll establish that from a legal perspective, unless John's got a specific answer to that me question.
John, have you got that?
Yeah, just expanding on that slightly. That's one of the requirements from the Scottish Government on this. It's the same as HMO and landlord registration, Police Scotland and the Fire Service statutory consultees. So what we've got a new software system that we're working through and testing at the moment, and Police Scotland have indicated that they'll require details of every application that comes through, and they'll do checks on them if necessary. So that's the reason from our perspective why that's in there.
Are you happy with that, Dougie?
Yeah.
If I could just quickly come back in again, and I appreciate the point about Police Scotland, but what is the liability for the council should it transpire, unfortunately, if a person turns out not to be fit and proper, and they are given a licence when in reality they never should have been?
Vlad?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I think that's very much interlinked with the earlier question, which I'll ask the team to respond to members on, which is that question about the may be subject rather than will be subject. So I'll take that task in terms of determining that and then providing that explanation to members. In regards to liability, is exactly the same as any other licence. At first, in terms of the application itself, people have to provide all relevant information, all appropriate information, and they have to be truthful. Sometimes they're not truthful and they're found out not to be fit and proper in due course, and the police will pick that up and will give us that heads up. Obviously at that point it's not much about liability, it's about the licence and the ending of that licence and how we got that. So in regards to us issuing a licence, it's as long as we have carried out all the procedures appropriately, I don't see any particular liabilities on the council. It's a matter of addressing that as soon as we are informed. That a lot in terms of other licensing schemes that you may have come across in the council, for example, taxi licences, civic licensing in general. You know, we may get letters from the police telling us that someone might not be a proper person in effect, and then we take urgent action depending on the circumstances.
Okay, thank you very much. David Ingalls?
Yeah, just a bit of ambiguity on page 310, following up Doug's comment at 6.2. If the threshold of 5 objections or adverse representations is submitted in relation to the short-term licence application, the application could be subject to a hearing at a Dumfries and Galloway Council. Is this the same sort of scenario?
Vlad?
Yeah, I would suggest that that's very much interlinked with that may question. So I think it's been well picked up by members. I'll discuss with the team and, as I said, task that in terms of our response. I suspect that these are terms that have been put across the land in similar vein, so there might already be an answer to that, but offhand, as I've not been involved in the exact drafting of this nationally, so I'll check in with John unless John's got anything to answer on that one. I guess the main question for members is that dubiety about may rather than will.
John, you got anything to add to that?
Just in terms of the threshold, it was thought that what will happen when a licence application is made, that the owner has to post a notice on their property. That then gives neighbours the opportunity to raise an objection. That the threshold 5 objections was used just to allow us to process that and look at a reasonable level of objections in the local area. It may have been a typo actually on that one. It probably should read should.
Okay, happy with that, David?
Thank you, Chair.
Jackie, do you want to come back in?
Yes, please, Chair. It's in relation to the licence table on page 305. Just with the contact that I've had from self-caterers and short lets recently, they're struggling as it is with the cost of living. Some of them are going to flounder, unfortunately. I realise there's a discount being applied, but is there any, can the charge, so the application process, yep, fine, but do we need to charge at this stage? Can it be paused at all and just continue with the applications rather than charging people at this time? Because some of them can't afford it. Is it a necessity to charge them? And I know that is a pretty bold statement, but given what I've just said, you know, these businesses are vital to our economy. Some of them will, like I say, go under just with the cost of living. So now we're asking to pay this fee to pay or fork out for. So I just wondered if there's any way that we can pause it, not necessarily stop it forever, but pause it at this time because of the cost of living.
Vlad, my understanding is because this will be part of the legislation that we have to do some form of charging, and you know, I'm pleased to hear Jackie's interested in making sure that we have the discounts in place, but I'm taking it this has to come forward in some form.
Yeah, if I could come in through you, Chair, thank you. It's a very valid question, and I think all of us recognise the economic impact on extra fees. In regards to this, licensing in general has to be self-funding. So that's a principle of licensing, and therefore, as officers, what we try to do implementing the legislation and putting this forward as a proposal is that those fees reflect and are accurate in terms of that self-funding element of it for the council. If it's not self-funding, there will be issues obviously in terms of a council budget deficit for this, and that would need to be looked at in terms of the council's budgeting process. At the moment, I'm very clear that all licensing needs to be self-funding, and therefore licensing fees need to be in accordance with that, and that's what you've got in front of you.
Okay, happy with that, Jackie?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, can't see anybody else. Okay, can we go to the recommendations then, members? Members are asked to, in 1, agree the council's fee structure for short-term lets licence applications as said in paragraph 3.2.6. Happy to agree with that? Agree to an initial period of discounts to be offered to encourage the early application of short-term lets licences. That's paragraph 3.2.7. Happy to agree with that? And 3, agree the council short-term licensing policy based on the Civic Government Scotland Act 1982, licence of short-term order 22 and the Scottish Government's guidance for local authorities. And with that action plan, Vlad, for you to come back with the answer for Dougie's question and below that. Yep. Okay, thank you very much. Members, we'll move on to item 15, which is the licence of sexual entertainment venues, Civic Government Act, Scotland Act 1982. This report asks members to consider the responses received to a public consultation that was held 1st of April to 31st of May 2022 and to agree the final terms of the sexual entertainment venues policy statement in the light of those responses. Vlad Valiant is on Teams to take any questions on the report, with Caroline Triana also in attendance to answer any specific questions. Vlad, have you got anything to add to it?
I don't have anything to add, Chair, but I'm not sure whether Caroline wishes to add anything to it. I think everything should be in the report.
You don't want to add anything to that, Caroline? You're quite happy with the report that's in front, just for members to ask questions?
Yes, Chair.
Okay, members, we've been asked to agree that there's going to be zero across. We have to have a policy in place. We have to have the legislation covering that in place. We've agreed to have zero, but if somebody applies, we have to take it through a process, and there are conditions within that particular process if people apply for that type of licence. Is there any questions? No, so we can go to the recommendations then. Members are asked to, 1, consider the responses received of the public consultation, and there's a few pages of that. 2 is agree the final terms of the sexual entertainment venues policy statement Appendix 3. Are we happy to agree that? Agree the proposed fee for a licence. Are we happy to agree that? And 4, note and approve the next steps in the process, paragraphs 3.27 to 3.31. Are we happy to note and approve? Thank you very much. Thank you, Vlad and Caroline. Go to item 16 then. Surplus property in Dumfries and Galloway, land at Backrow, Gasdown, Dumfries, reported by Head of Economy and Development. Sorry, was somebody saying that? Sorry. This report asks members to agree that an area of land at Backrow, Gasdown, Dumfries is detailed within this report as surplus to the requirements of the Communities Directorate. Catherine Swan and Paul McCulloch are available on Teams to take any questions on the report. Catherine, you got anything to add to the report?
No, I don't have anything to add, but happy to take questions.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? No questions, and we'll go to the recommendations. Members are asked to agree that the land at Backrow, Gasdown, Dumfries is surplus to the requirements of the Community Directorate, and it should be disposed of in accordance with Dumfries and Galloway Council Disposal and Acquisition Policy, paragraph 3.4 and the appendix. Are we happy to agree with the recommendations? Thank you very much. We'll now move on to item 17, which is South of Scotland Cycling Strategy report by the Head of Neighbourhood Services. This report outlines to members the pan-south approach with Scottish Borders Council, South of Scotland Enterprise and the national partners produce a cycling strategy for the whole of South of Scotland, seeking to maximise the long-lasting impact from Scotland hosting the UCI, the Union Cyclists International 2023 Cycling World Championship. It further asks members to agree to adopt the South of Scotland cycling strategy ahead of a planned launch at the Convention of South of Scotland in December 2022. And welcome Paula Ward here, but before we actually go into it, can members agree to receive the presentation on the development of the South of Scotland cycling strategy from Paula? We're happy to receive that. Okay, Paula, it's over to yourself now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Drybrow. So Abby, I think you're going to put that up on the screen for me, and then you'll help me navigate through, if that's okay. So good afternoon, everybody. My name is Paula Ward. I work for South of Scotland Enterprise, and I have been leading on the development of the South of Scotland Cycling Partnership Strategy, and I'm going to speak to that today. So Abby, next slide, and then straight on to the video. I'm going to show you a short video today that just outlines the scale of the ambition and the opportunity that we've got coming into our region in August 2023.
You don't need to do big things to change the world. All you need is a bike. It doesn't matter if you're popping to the shops, going to school or work, or just enjoying the open road. Bikes make us better. And the more of us that get in the saddle, the better the world gets. Our health, our communities, our climate. all for the next generation. That's what we're celebrating, the power of the bike. Glasgow and venues across Scotland will host the first event of its kind, never seen nor cycled before. Elite and amateur riders from more than 120 countries will come together to compete across 13 disciplines. It's one mega event where Scotland will welcome the world with open arms, dreams will become reality, and more than 150 world champions will be crowned. Around the globe, over 1 billion people will watch the action and fall head over heels in love with cycling. So don't just sit there, sit on a bike, and we'll show the world what we mean by the power of a bike. Join us on our journey to 2023.
Thank you. Next slide, Abby, if that's okay. So why do we want the South of Scotland to be a driving force in this space? It's critically important to look to our heritage. So just over 200 years ago, a humble blacksmith from Dumfries, went into his workshop and he formulated the design of the velocipede that went on to be known as the bicycle, and it changed the world forever. In terms of why we want to do it now, if you fast forward to the opportunities, in 2021 the Regional Economic Strategy Delivery Plan was published, and within that a specific action was taken for there to be a South of Scotland Cycling Partnership Strategy developed. We have well over 200 years of credibility in this space. We've got 20 years of Seven Stains. We've got 20 years of building our profile with race designers and builders, people like Tour of Britain, UCI. But more important than ever is the shift in policy. So this South of Scotland Cycling Partnership Strategy supports no fewer than 11 regional, national and local strategies which can drive behavioural change. Much discussion on 20-minute neighbourhoods have been deemed challenging in a rural setting. However, they're not unimaginable. It will require innovation, it will require investment in capital infrastructure, it will require putting priority in cycling decisions at the heart of what we do, but it's not unimaginable for us to have community neighbourhoods that are in there. Commercial performance, there's been a global exponential increase in sales. We currently have businesses and companies that are in our region that manufacture bikes. There's been a 47% uplift in people cycling in Scotland since the pandemic. The UK Association for Bike Parts and Sales has seen a 40% rise to a 20-year high. Overall, the industry is worth about 18 billion euros, and we have businesses embedded into our region. People like Tiger Cycles within Lockerbie, who they make bikes, they import parts. For every 1,000 bikes that reshored into being produced and manufactured in the UK, between 3 and 9 skilled jobs are created. So it's 3 to 5 skilled jobs for non-electric bikes. For electric bikes, it's between 7 and 9 skilled jobs. So there's a significant commercial value in there. There's also societal value in there. Bikes are democratic and they're sustainable. And we also have these once-in-a-lifetime opportunities that are being presented to us by being a host destination for things like the Gravel World Series, which is about to take place this weekend at Gatehouse of Fleet, for the UCI, where Dumfries will host Paris Cycling Championships, and it will underpin our commitment to being in a region that's inclusive, that celebrates diversity, that understands that your body's a gift and that no matter what the design of it is, you can achieve great things. And I think those are really good things that we would want to align ourselves with. Next slide, Abby, if that's okay. So we do it in partnership at the minute. This is who makes up the South of Scotland Cycling Partnership team. We have a from government, both local authorities, Cycling Scotland, Scotland Cycling, Sustrans. You can see it's a deep and broad church of participants. when this strategy is launched, if it's successfully endorsed today, it will catapult the south of Scotland into being the first region in Scotland and the first region in the UK to take the humble bike and to make it the focus of the decisions that they make. There's no other area in the UK at the moment that has pulled together a holistic strategy that looks at every element of cycling, and we can only do that through working in partnership. Next slide, Abby. We've taken a 7-stage approach to the strategy's development. It's been done through full consultation at each step of the way. We've started because it was outlined specifically within the Regional Economic Strategy, which was agreed last year through the Regional Economic Partnership, that the development of the strategy was critically important. We're currently sitting at stage 6, which is that we're going through the final committee presentations today. It was approved and fully endorsed through Scottish Borders Council Committee this morning. I'm hoping that it will go through the same process this afternoon with Dumfries and Galloway Council elected members, and then ideally we would take it through for launch at COS on Monday. On the 5th of September. It's a week on Monday. Next slide, Abby, please. So this is our vision. It's a bold ambition. It's a stretching vision. We want our region to be a place which prioritises people over cars. Bikes can play a crucial role in improving the health and the well-being, both physically and psychologically. Importantly, bikes are democratic and they're a direct tool for social equity. I've heard a lot today about the cost of living crisis. Bikes can help alleviate fuel poverty. They can help with the transportation issues and the sporadic service delivery that we can have sometimes in isolated communities. They can help with age isolation, health and well-being metrics. We know there's cycling officers particularly focused in NHS. They can also help with workforce and education inclusion from hard-to-reach segments of society, because bikes are cheaper to run than cars, and therefore you can actually connect people. They can drive demand and innovation, and they can drive demand and economic inward investment. They also produce circular economy opportunities, and if adopted on a large scale in behavioural changes, they can also make significant contributions towards our net zero commitments. So I do hope that you have read the report, that you appreciate the ambition and what it is that we're trying to achieve. Next slide, if that's okay. You see embedded within the report, we take a very pragmatic and strategic approach. We have split it down into 6 key themes. This isn't just about people going out on bikes for leisure purposes to have a nice day out. There's hard economics in there. There's wealth, health and well-being. There's sports path development in there. There's sustainable communities in terms of inward investment and how the unlocking the power of the bike can actually support fragile and quite isolated communities. Next slide, Abby. If we get it right, this is what we hope we can achieve within the next 10 years. So you'll see that in the body of the strategy. Next slide, Abby. Within the body of the strategy, we've also given some hard facts. So we're not doing this just for the sake of it. It's because there's significant benefits that can be gained from it. I've touched on how much the industry is worth. I've touched on how many skilled jobs could be created. There's a range of other metrics that are measurable in there to see what this could be worth, both at a community level, at an environmental level, and also at an economic level. Next slide, Abby, that's okay. This hasn't been developed without any skin in the game. We already have 9 key anchor projects, which is a mixture between revenue and capital infrastructure investment. These are landmark catalyst projects that already are either in full flow or are in development at this stage. There are a range of leisure projects, there are a range of infrastructure to connect communities. There are a range of technology projects as well to try and unlock how do we get greater investment. So we have real opportunities currently in play within this space, and this strategy gives us the chance to create a repository for all of these projects and ensure that they're anchored and that we have something to track back to when we're making decisions around investment or decisions around resource commitment. Next slide, Abby. The strategy doesn't work unless it has an action plan that's well articulated, and we have a 10-year delivery plan that currently has 41 actions outlined and committed to across a range of partners under each of the 6 themes. This will be an organic document. It will be added to as each of those projects mature and we land them and they start to achieve. There will be an annual report that will come out. There will be full monitoring and evaluation, and we'll be able to come back to our national agencies, to our elected members as audiences, and give you progress update reports. Next slide, Abby. The key thrust over the next 12 months will be levelling up, shared prosperity, mountain biking innovation centre in the Scottish Borders and Innerleithen, and then also optimising the UCI opportunities. So those 11 days of competition we might never see again in our lifetime. That gives us the chance to position our destination and to say south of Scotland is Scotland's leading cycling destination, and we are one of the Europe's and the global home of the bike. So there currently is a work stream which we've been working in partnership across the local authorities. We're just trying to populate each of those short life working groups to make sure that we get the most out of the fact that we're going to be a host destination for that. So it's going to be one of the most important pieces of work that we do over the next 12 months. Next slide, Abby. And then I'll hand back to Chair. So at the minute, where we are in this journey is we are with you today with both councils, with both full committees, hoping to seek and gain endorsement of the cycling partnership strategy. We would aim to launch on the 5th of September, and then by October, that's when the real work starts around the delivery plan and the implementation strategy. Abby, if you could go on to the last slide, which is just to refresh and to revisit that vision. So in 2032, our south of Scotland communities are shaped around and include all of our people. Cycling is the most popular choice for shorter everyday journeys, and it's embedded into the daily fabric of the lives of our residents and experiences of our visitors. Happy to hand back to you, Archie, if that's okay, and then happy to take any questions from the elected members. Hopefully that was useful.
Yeah, thanks very much, Paula, and it's nice to see you in a different role compared to what I normally see you in the Visit Scotland, and I hope you're enjoying your work with South of Scotland Enterprise. I mean, I myself really endorse this. I think what we've seen over the last number of months in Dumfries and Galloway with the cycling has been absolutely fantastic. Just one question on the communication plan, which is held under communities and well-being and all that. Obviously, if we do get to that stage later on in the 10-year plan where there's going to be a lot of events and things like that, the communication of those events is going to be really important for local communities. And I heard what you said at the start about the right of the bike and things like that. But we do sometimes get issues with drivers of vehicles and things like that. So I just want to make sure that that communication plan will be robust enough to make sure that all these information is in place.
Yeah, and we see that incorporated into the sustainable communities and economy segment of the delivery plan. So it's making sure that we've got a plan around mitigation, so where there's unintended consequences or impacts for host communities for events, but also in terms of the extension of the communication strategy, where you've seen over the summer months a really targeted approach to increasing the visibility of what you should be doing around cyclists and making sure that they're safe on the roads. So that communication strategy already started this year, and we've seen some key successes where it was carried across multiple agency partners. We would anticipate that that would be a repeat every single year, and that it would build in terms of profile. But yeah, completely take that point that perhaps the partnership needs to widen out to that blue line safety element as well, where you've maybe got that mechanism incorporated as well.
Okay, thanks, Paul. I've got Councillor Dennerley.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you so much, Paula, for that presentation. It was something we thoroughly enjoyed. It's very much linked into what I'm concerning within my ward, as well with the events that we have planned at Gates House of Fleet.
Yeah.
This is going to be an event that's going to be tomorrow, and the events will obviously be there. There'll be a number of people attending that within the area. And so it's good for the community then to work together to plan to establish with these sort of established events. And this will be, it'll be a world stage event for us. And with the success of this could carry on year after year. So really that is good. A great example for the community to be involved and work together with any world organisations. Will you be linking in 2023 with these events with sort of more integrated events following?
Yeah, so my understanding is that, oh sorry, I'm getting feedback. I wonder if we can do mute. My understanding is that UCI have actually adopted gravel as one of the World Championship disciplines, so we will see gravel appearing in the UCI disciplines. I'm not sure where they will be hosted as yet. Gravel for me is sitting on the cusp. It sits the same way that mountain biking did in the late 80s, early 90s, where the bikes are being manufactured. The governing bodies and the disciplines are starting to adopt and bring those types of riding styles into the international World Championship status. Forestry and Land Scotland, we have managed through the cycling strategy partnership development work, we've managed to get them to make a commitment to look at the further development of gravel within their landscape and their estate of assets. So we already have a commitment from the landowners and the asset owners to further dig in and look at gravel, because we feel it could be a similar opportunity to what we had with Seven Stains, which is we have these forests, we have these fire roads, we have these long distance opportunities for gravel, and actually we're just on the cusp of it going boom, and we want to make sure that South of Scotland is in prime and pole position. The very fact that we already are hosting the first gravel long distance event in our region this weekend, and it was a co-funded event through Dumfries and Galloway Council, through South of Scotland Enterprise. We saw the potential in that a couple of years ago, and that's why we supported it in terms of getting their marketing and everything done. So yeah, we fully endorse that gravel has got an uncharted opportunity at this stage, but we do have some plans in place to try and investigate it further.
Thank you very much for that information. That sounds very positive and a positive outlook for the future. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got Sean, then Pauline.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Hi, Paula. It's just with respect to, obviously it's a 10-year plan, very ambitious, lots of great things in there. I'm just wondering, when we get down to the work at hand, is there any, at the moment, ideas about quick wins? I'm thinking that it'll be about 20 years now with, the Sistrans established the National Cycle Network. And obviously, right across south of Scotland, we have a number of routes. But although councils were meant to maintain them, that has been difficult to do. So I was thinking a quick win might be actually looking at that infrastructure and improving it, because these kind of hold many of the people that travel through the region. And to be perfectly honest, certainly I know in my ward, I think it's along Moor Road, it's like, it could be, it's parts of it's like the crater on the moon. We need to actually have the national infrastructure up to date and in place and up to a good condition. So there's a big challenge ahead, but I just wonder if there's any quick wins or things that you will look to address very early on.
There is a commitment in there from Sustrans to look at the NCN routes and to make sure that they're in keeping with the National Transport Strategy and ambition to have NCN routes in every part of Scotland. There are some of the routes that currently are under review and potentially could be declassified. However, there's also the development of a long-distance coast-to-coast route, which would take you from Portpatrick through to Eyemouth, and that's gone through safety audit and procedure, and it's in the development stage at this point in time. So we potentially are losing some things because of the quality is not there in order for them to maintain their designation, but we're also in product development phase for other things that would come in that potentially then replaces them. One key piece of this work is that during costs, we've formulated a cost paper which will go forward. At the minute, the Transport Scotland and Scottish Government framework for active travel commitments, there's £320 million on the table available between now and 2025, which is 10% of the transport budget. At the minute, it's a competitive framework, so there's no guarantee that South of Scotland would get its fair share. So what, as the Cycling Partnership have formulated within that cost paper, is an ask of Scottish Government and Transport Scotland to review whether or not that active travel competitive framework is an appropriate response, so that each of the regions can then be able to guarantee that they'll draw down a certain amount of money for infrastructure investment. So we hope to I guess, recognise and challenge some of the issues that you've highlighted there through different mechanisms.
Sean?
Yeah, just quickly come back. You mentioned the coast to coast, which is from, east to west, but also as well, it's something that we're aware of is there's a desire for a UK coastal path. Now, a lot of that hopefully will be cycling, the ability to cycle on that, but there is real opportunity, and I just wonder if that's factored in as well, because there is some pinch points, but as much of that coastal route right around the UK, if it was made so that it could be used by bike as well, that would be good. And just wondered if that was figured somewhere within your plans.
I don't have it on my radar, Sean, so if you have any information on it, could you possibly forward it? Because I think it would be a really useful piece of extra information. And as I say, the delivery plan it's growing. It's a live organism. It's going to grow and flex and get more things added into it. So yeah, if you could send me information on that I would be really grateful.
That's fine, Paul. If you just want to put your email address into the chat, that would be good for Councillor Marshall. Pauline.
Thank you very much, Chair. Hi, Paula. Good to see you today, and thank you so much for all the work you've done on this with your group. As a cyclist, it's most exciting for me, never mind the area. You mentioned age isolation. Does the strategy include the elderly, infirm, and disabled? I can't see too much about that in the report. I think the report maybe misses out on the opportunities to target the intergenerational sector with maybe more inclusivity for our ageing residents, the disabled and the infirm. This, for example, might include funding opportunities for tag-alongs, bicycle taxis, and those with special needs or disabilities. And also the van ram bikes. I don't know if anyone's seen those, but we see them across other regions, especially in Europe, in elderly care homes. They're fantastic.
Yeah.
And it means that people can get out and about, perhaps to visit an elderly a relative's grave, or just have a chat, because two elderly people can chat away at the front of these vehicles when they're going out for a little bit of fresh air, for example. And of course, with the cost of living crisis, it just would be a brilliant opportunity time-wise to introduce, say, one in each care home across the region, because it's quite safe for anyone capable on a bike to take one or two elderly residents out. So just really to ask you if this has been considered, or might it be going forward as part of the 10-year plan? Thanks very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Pauline. Included within the strategy, you'll see there's been some case studies around cycling without age. Now, we've got 4 hubs that currently are operational in the Scottish borders. I've done a little bit of research. We don't have any hubs operational in Dumfries and Galloway as yet. I've actually applied to Cycling Without Age to create a Dumfries hub, because I would be more than willing to be a volunteer and to go and to do that piece of work where you're actually taking people out. And I know that all of our towns, villages and hamlets are hugely community orientated. I think this is a comms piece piece. And I think we already know that we want the delivery of the cycling strategy to increase inclusion, access for all, social isolation, to make those improvements. So I think there's an opportunity for us to highlight the cycling without age concept and framework, and that actually Kirkcudbright could have one, Castle Douglas could have one, Gatehouse of Fleet could have one, Stranraer could have one, Newton Stewart could have one. It just takes people to put their names forward, and I think there will be more people that would definitely do that. So it's going to be a comms piece, but yes, that would be one of the key elements is around, I guess, equality, to making sure that equality and diversity increased through access to bikes.
That is great news. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Dougie.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Paula. That was really interesting presentation, and I think this strategy is really welcome here in Dumfries and Galloway. It's clear that the strategy ticks a whole number of boxes, not least climate change, health and wellbeing, etc. But the key point I wanted to raise was one of the key barriers to people using a bike as an alternative to car travel is the problems they have in terms of loading their bike onto a bus or a train, and also bike shelters being located at key places and key communities. And for example, here in Gatehouse of Fleet, we don't have a single bike shelter, despite the fact that we've got this huge event taking place this weekend. So I'd be interested in your thoughts and how it's likely to progress in terms of addressing that barrier for people to use a bike rather than having to rely on their car. Thank you.
I think what it does is it focuses the resource and the requirements, and it means that as we come through opportunities of funding opening up, we can start to point back to the strategy and to say, actually, if we're going to get more people on bikes, the infrastructure has to be there and detailed within the 41 actions that we currently have within the delivery plan. Specifics, talking about bike storage, talking about protection, talking about off-road safe cycle paths, it appears in there within the infrastructure segment. And this then would give local authority partners or national partners the ability to demonstrate that these things are important, because it's not just giving someone access to a bike, it's creating all of the other conditions that are circumnavigating that, to allow people to then use their bike in an effective way, not just for a Saturday afternoon ride, but for a daily life, for a commute, etc. So your point is very well made. It does feature within the 41 actions in the delivery plan, and again, it provides an anchor to refer back to for us as officers as we go through trying to unlock investment strategy.
Harry, did you want to come in with that as well?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And just to supplement Paula's points, that in the Levelling Up Fund bid that our council have submitted from a transport perspective, that's exactly the approach that we're taking, and we've anchored back to the cycling strategy as evidence that this is going to create that strategic cohesion. So the charging hubs, for example, will very much be designed and built and planned and operated roundabout bikes in mind. Buses, for example, as part of that project, if successful, will have the capacity to carry bikes so people can get off at key points and then use cycles and don't have to worry about moving them about the countryside. So absolutely a key point, and hopefully one that will be at least part addressed if we're successful in our Levelling Up Fund bid. Thanks, Chair.
Happy with that, Dougie?
Yeah, just finally though, Archie, just to make a shameless plug for the event this weekend. The festival site is in Gary's Park in Gatehouse. It's free of charge. Anyone can go in, and can give a guarantee that the sun will be shining all weekend. Thank you.
Well, that's some guarantee for sun shining all weekend there, Dougie, but I'll take your word for it, and if it doesn't happen, I'll come back here Monday. David Ingalls and then Kim.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Paula. Good to see you. and thank you for your work on this strategy. Yeah, I think the point you touched on about the infrastructure, I know in our area, Newton Stewart, for example, there are very few bike racks. You know, and we sit right on the edge of the Seven Stains. I think we've got probably 8 or 10 maximum within the town. And I think that's something that we need to improve on, not only in Newton Stewart, but, you know, right across the region. I would like to place on record, though, my thanks to Ewan McConnell and the Galloway Hillbillies for the work that they've done recently. I'm sure you'll be aware, they brought the British cross-country mountain bike championships to Carrochtery in July, and then they have, every year they've got the 10 at Carrochtery. Both events, really well supported, bring a lot of people into the area, and it's a great addition to our tourist economy over here. You know, so I think, you know, organisations like the Galloway Hillbillies need to be recognised and need to be supported. And we as a council, I think we need to identify any support that we can give them. I know they're going to take on a BMX track in Newton Stewart as well. They're going to run a BMX club there. Fantastic group of people, you know, and it really encourages kids to get out on their bikes at night when they leave the school rather than sitting playing on a computer. So, yeah, I'm fully behind this policy, Paula, and thanks again for your work.
More than welcome, and I think you make a really good point. It's hugely important that the community groups are supported, and part of the strategy is what we can leverage out of our national partners so that the south of Scotland gets its fair share. And when you look at organisations like Stepping Stones, or you look at organisations like Dalbeattie Rocks, or you look at Galloway Hillbillies, they need support for pathway, for sporting pathway. They need those young kids that are out on their bikes, and there's stars of the future riding their bikes in those groups. So how do we create the right conditions that they can get visibility, they can get support, that the clubs understand what it is around inclusion and diversity? So again, this strategy isn't just about visitors, it's not just about infrastructure, it's about all of it cohesively together so that we start to create the right conditions that cycling and being on your bike is normal as breathing air in and out, but the benefits are spread right the way across all of those strategic outcomes.
Thank you, David. Do you want to come back?
If I can just come back in. Yeah, just quickly, Chair. Another thing that's been flagged up to me is the lack of safe bike storage of bike racks at school. Or bike shelters where children can bring their bikes along and padlock them and encourage them to bring their bikes to school. And I think that's something that we need to look at. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, David. And just for your awareness, I got a letter today in my docket from Cycling Scotland trying to improve cycling to school as well. So I'll obviously be responding to that as after this meeting today, and I'm sure Harry will be able to talk to Gillian and see what there is potential wise about storage at schools as well for bikes. Kim?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Delighted to see the mention of the Rocks from Wales and the project that's happening in Dalbeattie that obviously links across to the forests and Forestland Scotland. And one of the things I'm aware at the moment is that some of the routes are still in disrepair from the storms. I'm wondering how much you're working with trying to enable some of these non-road routes to be opened.
We're not working on them with that specifically in mind through the process of this strategy development, but Forest and Land Scotland sit within the partnership group. My understanding is that Forest and Land Scotland are working through all of the closures that they've got currently because of Storm Arwen, and they're still playing catch up, if I'm honest. So, but not within the role and the remit of the development of this strategy. We haven't talked to them specifically about the clearing or the reopening of routes.
Okay, happy with that, Kim? Okay.
Yeah, fine, thanks.
David, is that a legacy hand?
It is, Chair, sorry.
Thanks very much. Members will then go to the recommendations then, and we've already done recommendation 1, which was to receive the presentation. I'll be happy to endorse the South of Scotland Cycling Strategy Appendix 1 and Delivery Plan Appendix 2. Agreed. Thanks, Paula, for coming in and doing that delivery. You can go forward, more power to your elbow or your legs in the case of cycling. Mind you, it could be elbows as well, depending on the bike you're actually riding on. But thanks very much.
Thanks, Archie. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Andy.
I'm used to looking at sport and governing bodies plans. This seems to be trying to encompass everything, right? And I can understand why. So we're endorsing what's there just now, but it's dynamic, the document. So when are we getting updates?
Sorry, I think it's part of the presentation. There was an annual update coming.
So I would say, given the speed it's moving at, I would think maybe it's a gay slow bike. If it's got to take a year, I'm thinking we're maybe needing someone maybe in 6 months' time. Without,
I mean, is this the South of Scotland Enterprises cycling strategy? We can ask them to provide a regular update, Derek, if that was possible. Yeah. Harry.
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, just in response to Councillor Ferguson's question, Dumfries and Galloway Council are very much part of the cycling strategic partnership that meets regularly. In fact, there's a meeting this afternoon, and we've certainly made a commitment that whilst there's the overarching action plan with the South of Scotland strategy, Lee and I are very much liaising with other services at CMT level to make sure that if there are issues that need to be escalated, opportunities that need to be exploited, etc., some of which have already been mentioned this afternoon, we will absolutely do that. So I would imagine, given the scale of this, that it will be featuring in service business plans moving forward, and that will also supplement updates to elected members, our monitoring of what's going on in Dumfries and Galloway. So very happy to make sure that members get detail at the frequency they feel is appropriate. Thanks, Chair.
Okay. To quickly just come back in, Archie, I'm totally behind this. Okay, so we don't take this the wrong way, but there's only 25% of the work streams are currently funded. Right. So that's why we need an update. We need to know where we are, to whether things are achievable or not, to make sure that we actually get to where we want to go. That's the reason I'm raising it now. Okay.
And Harry's given that commitment that there'll be a regular update coming forward. Okay, members, we'll go on to item 18, which is any other business deemed urgent by the chairman due to the need for a decision. I have no items of urgent business. 19, Local Government Scotland Act 1973. Consider adoption of a resolution to exclude the public from the meeting in terms of section 50A4 and paragraph 6(8) of part 1 of schedule 7A of the Local Government Act. Are we happy to adopt the resolution? Okay, so members on Teams, if you want to move into the exempt item 1, thank you.